Thank you for joining us around the fire. For more information or to make a donation, please visit randomactsnetwork.com. Now, want to hear a scary story?
Once upon a time, a few hundred years ago, a humble witch lived along the banks of a river that had recently gone mostly dry. The ongoing drought killed most of the locals' crops and made finding clean water nearly impossible. Yet, as the riverbeds remained dry, the witch's garden thrived. She'd inherited the cottage and her magic from her mother and worked in the magical garden each day. As it grew, she added walls of trees and fences of stone, but still the plants rose high above. The locals had treated her mother terribly, so they'd promised never to share their food and drink with the town. Unlike the witch's family, the townsfolk didn't notice or care for the nature around them. She always suspected if they treated their surroundings with kindness, their water would flow again and crops would be plentiful. Had the locals from the nearby towns ever bothered to speak with her before the drought, she'd have happily supplied them with all the food and drink they'd need. But her and her mother were treated terribly by their neighbors, and the witch simply couldn't find it within herself to care. But then, a young, starving boy knocked on her door. She opened it apprehensively to find his begging eyes looking back. In his hands, he held an apple, which had fallen off the branch overhanging the fence and rolled to his feet in the grass. He asked for permission to eat it and then waited there, even though he looked hungry and tired. The witch couldn't resist and sent the boy off with a basket full of fruits and vegetables. The next morning, she awoke to find his father at the door, hoping to barter for more. The river was starting to fill up again, they said, but it would still be a while before there was enough for the town. She invited him into her home and out back to her private oasis. The garden entrance gave way to exotic plants unlike they'd ever seen. Branches bursting with baguettes and muffins, cupcakes and cookies. Lollipops hung in bushels, and the apples, oranges, and grapes were the largest you'd ever seen. In the center of the tantalizing maze stood a well, the witch's enchanted water source, and the root of her garden's abundance. She filled a bucket for the man and watched as he drank from it with tears in his eyes. She was thrilled with her ability to help, and though she hated to admit it, she also loved the company. But in the back of her mind, she wondered what could come from this. Perhaps she should have listened to her mother. In the days that followed, more and more people from town arrived, and the witch began setting out buckets of goods at night to avoid the constant knocking on her door. But this only led to them arriving earlier and earlier, expecting food and drink at any time of day. And though the garden was magic, her delicious plants still needed time and care. The branches offered less each day, and soon were nearly empty. When she knew that her garden needed time to heal itself or the damage would be irreparable, she kindly packed some baskets for the villagers of the few treats she had left to offer, and asked them not to return for 2 weeks' time. Though she hoped that they'd be understanding, the villagers grew angry, accusing her of standing by while her neighbors died of starvation. Heartbroken, she slammed the door and snuffed the fire. As they continued to knock on the doors and shuttered windows, she slipped under her heavy quilt and cried herself to sleep. In the morning, the sounds of a saw awoke her. She rushed from her bed into the yard to find her entire garden picked over, nearly every plant empty, and a handful of men filling buckets of water from the well. The sawing noises came from the tall line of trees that had previously made up the garden's western wall, now a gaping, haphazard hole, looking on towards the town. The witch flew into a rage, casting violent spells in the villagers' direction, and the terrified men tore back towards the town. She sealed her property off once again with a stone wall taller and wider than before, and placed her hands on the cold stone well, reciting a curse that would plague anyone but herself who drank from its belly or ate the crops it had nourished. No one from town dared return when she was awake, but as she expected, she had a few new friends in her garden the following morning. Smiling, she picked up the small wooden gnomes that had appeared near the well and placed them around the garden. As the days passed, more people from town came back to steal from the witch, and before long, her garden was filled with wooden gnomes, as well as the lush, delicious plants she'd had before. She smiled at her little friends as she tended to the garden. But the locals returned with torches. They demanded that she free the missing villagers and give over her land to the town, or they would kill her. She slammed the door and clutched her book of spells. She could take all of their lives in seconds. But at what cost? A lantern crashed through a window and ignited the cottage. The witch let out a horrible, piercing cry and rushed into the garden. There, she found the locals in a panic. The flames passed from the house to the garden and the trees, and as the fire licked the surface of the wooden gnomes, the spell was reversed. The town had come for the witch, but now they were forced to watch helplessly as their family and friends burnt to death before their eyes. The witch ran from her property and down the hill towards the riverbed, which was just a bit higher than the day before, and fell to her knees. She scooped the muddy water into her hands and muttered a spell, when a rope came from behind and tightened around her throat. Grasping at the noose and gasping for air, she was pulled backwards through the grass. The sticks and rocks and bushes that she so loved around her now scratched and scraped away her flesh and bones. Tied quickly to the stake above, she pitied the men. The witch laughed as the flames tickled and kissed her feet on their way towards the sky. She told them what she'd done. The river was cursed to remain toxic forever, and the town would never thrive. She kept cackling until she was only fire, and the men returned to their quiet town, now forever plagued by the witch's curse.
I have not yet met the woman in number 212. I don't even know her name. She never patronizes the hotel restaurant, and she doesn't use the lobby. On the 3 occasions when we passed each other, we didn't speak, although we nodded in a semi-cordial, non-committal way. I should like very much to make her acquaintance. It is lonesome in this dreary place. With the exception of the aged man down the corridor, the only guests are the woman in number 212 and myself. However, I shouldn't complain. The quiet is precisely what the doctor ordered. I wonder if the woman in number 212, too, has come here to rest. She is so very pale, but her paleness is not sickly. It's rather wholesome in its ivory clarity. She appears tall, walking erectly with a brisk stride. She must have arrived in a car, for she certainly was not a passenger on the train that brought me, though she arrived very soon after myself. I had briefly rested in my room and was walking down the stairs when I encountered her ascending with her bag. I found it odd that the bellboy did not show her to her room. It is odd, too, that with so many vacant rooms in the hotel, she should have chosen number 212 at the extreme rear. The building is long and narrow, 3 stories high. The guest rooms inhabit the east side. The west contains an abandoned business building. The corridor is long and drab, and its stiff, cracking paper exudes a musty, unpleasant odor. The feeble electric bulbs that light it shine dimly as from a tomb. Revolted by this corridor, I insisted vigorously upon being given number 201, which is at the front and blessed with southern exposure. The room clerk, a disagreeable fellow with a hideous mustache, was very reluctant to let me have it, as it is normally reserved for some important guests. I fear my stubborn insistence has made him an enemy. If only I had been as self-assertive 30 years ago, I should now be a full-fledged professor instead of a broken-down assistant. Oh well. The summer's rest will probably do me considerable good. It is pleasant to be away from the university. There is something positively gratifying about the absence of greasy student faces. If only it were not so lonely. I must devise a way of meeting the pale woman in number 212. Perhaps the clerk could assist. I have been here exactly a week, and if there is a friendly soul in this miserable little town, he has escaped my notice. The workers at the hotel and restaurant would accept my money with flattering eagerness, but studiously avoid even the most casual conversation. Despite the coolness of my reception, I have been frequently venturing about. In the back of my mind, I have kept hopes of encountering the woman at number 211. I wonder why she has moved from number 212. I can think of no advantage in coming only one room nearer to the front. I noticed the change yesterday when I saw her coming out of her new room. We nodded again, and this time I thought I detected a smile in her somber black eyes. She must know that I'm eager to make her acquaintance, yet her manner forbids it. I'm not the sort to run after anybody. I wonder where the woman takes her meals. I've stopped visiting the hotel restaurant and began patronizing the restaurants outside. At each, I ask strangers about the pale woman in number 210. No one at any restaurant remembered her having been there. The pale woman must be difficult to please, for she has changed rooms again. I am baffled by her conduct. If she is so consumed by convenience, why not move to number 202, the nearest open room to the front? I see we're closer neighbors now, I could casually say when I see her again. Oh, but that is too mundane. I must await a better opportunity. She's done it again. She is now occupying number 209. I am desperately intrigued by her little game. I waste hours trying to fathom its point. What possible motive could she have? I should think she would get on the hotel people's nerves. I wonder what our combination bellhop chambermaid thinks of having to prepare 4 rooms for a single guest. I am tremendously interested in the pale woman's next move. She will either have to skip a room or remain where she is. The permanent guest, a very old man, stays in number 208. He hasn't budged from his room since I've been here. I wonder what the woman will do. I await her decision with the nervous excitement of a fan at a sporting event. To be fair, I have so little diversion. The man in number 208 simplified matters by conveniently dying. No one knows the cause of death, though we can assume old age. He was buried this morning. I was among the curious few in attendance at his funeral. When I returned home from the service, I saw the pale woman leaving his room. She had already moved in. She smiled at me, and I can't help but believe that she meant it to have some significance. Like there's a secret between us that I fail to appreciate. But perhaps it was meaningless after all. The woman of mystery has moved to number 207, and I am not the least surprised. I'd have been astonished if she didn't move on schedule. I did not know a single thing more about her than I knew the day we arrived. I have almost given up trying to understand her behavior. I wonder where she came from. There's something indefinably foreign about her. Oh, I'd love to hear her voice. I imagine she speaks with an exotic tongue of a faraway country. If only I could find a way to make conversation. This morning, I awoke to find myself sprawled across the floor. I was fully clothed. I must have fallen there exhausted after returning to my room last night. Perhaps my condition is more serious than suspected. Maybe my peers at the college never expected to see me alive again. I can say in all sincerity that the prospect of death does not frighten me. Speculation about life beyond the grave has always bored me. Whatever it is, or is not, well, try to get along. Of course, I'm not that unwell. Nevertheless, I must be more careful. I called a local doctor, whom I suspect to be a quack. He looked me over with indifference and told me not to leave my room. For some reason, he doesn't want me climbing the stairs. With that, he left. I'd rather a pickpocket take the bills directly from my purse. I have been so preoccupied about the sudden turn of my own affairs that I have neglected to make note of the most extraordinary incident. The pale woman skipped 3 rooms and moved all the way to number 203. We are now very close neighbors, and my chances for making her acquaintance are now greater. The woman is up to her old tricks. Last night, when I stepped into the hall, the door of number 202 was ajar. Without thinking, I looked inside. The pale woman sat in a rocking chair, smoking a cigarette. She looked up into my eyes and smiled, that peculiar, ambiguous smile that has so deeply puzzled me. I moved on down the corridor, not so much mystified as annoyed. The whole mystery of the woman's conduct is beginning to irk me. It is all so utterly lacking in motive. In that moment, I decided that though we may never meet, I would learn her identity. I summoned the clerk to my room. "Please tell me," I asked abruptly, "who is the woman in the room next door?" The clerk stared wearily and uncomprehendedly.
"You must be mistaken. That room is unoccupied."
"Oh, but it is," I snapped in irritation. "Room 202. The hotel man regarded me dubiously, as if I were trying to impose upon him.
"I assure you, there's no one in that room."
"I have seen her myself. She is tall, with dark eyes and hair. She is unusually pale. She checked in the day I arrived, shortly after."
"But I assure you there is no such person. As for her checking in when you did, you were the only guest we registered that day."
"What? Why, I've seen her 20 times. First, she had number 212 at the end of the corridor, and then she kept moving towards the front, and now she is next door in 202. The room clerk threw up his hands.
"You're crazy!"
He meant what he said. I shut up at once and dismissed him. After he had gone, I heard him rattling the knob of the pale woman's door. There's no doubt that he believes the room to be empty. Now, I understand the events of the past few weeks. I now comprehend the significance of the death in number 208. I even feel partly responsible for the old man's passing. After all, I brought the pale woman with me, though I did not set her path. Why she went room after room, crossing the threshold of the man in number 208, I can't explain. I suppose I should have guessed her identity when she skipped 3 rooms the night I fell unconscious upon the floor. In a single night of triumph, she was almost to my door. And she will be here soon to inhabit this room. And when she does, I will finally return her smile of grim recognition. In the meantime, I wait behind my bolted door.
The Pale Woman, told by Shannon Lee Weber. Adapted from the story by Julius Long.
The Taylor's home was a split level on a quiet street, and Laura spent most of her time downstairs. The main area consisted of the family room with a large box TV and the seating area, with one side offering a hallway to her bedroom and the laundry room, and the other consisting almost entirely of glass windows. The view was mostly of the trees leading into a forest preserve, and she loved the way the light filled the room during the day. She only wished they'd gotten around to putting up blinds for the nighttime. Laura wasn't one to scare easily, but there was always a noticeable shift when the daylight disappeared and the glass windows became a black wall. Even the dim light of a lamp and the TV's glow were enough to obscure the view on the other side. But she'd gotten used to it over time, and occasionally she was able to sneak out through the sliding doors without her parents noticing. At least, they never said anything if they had. It was a stormy night, and Laura was drinking popcorn from the bag while her family attended some event without her. She watched a terribly edited broadcast of an old horror movie and enjoyed the sounds of the rain. Just in case the power went out, she lit a candle next to her and pulled the corded phone from the wall to the side table. She began to drift to sleep and turned off the small lamp before sinking deep into her favorite chair. Just before she'd let her eyelids fall completely, lightning struck and the yard was filled with light. Laura froze in terror as the thunder followed, but it wasn't the low rumble that gave her chills. Now she looked again to the black wall of glass before her. But moments ago, she swore she saw someone there. She began to reach for the phone, but strained her eyes again on the spot outside. She hated the thought that she was on full display for whatever could be out there, but still she leaned forward, squinting, focusing, waiting for any noticeable movement. A fresh bolt of lightning hit close, and this time there was no mistake. A tall, hooded man stood directly on the other side of the glass, a stained ski mask on his face. In his hands, he held a long, dirty butcher knife. Laura screamed and dove under the blanket. She knew the doors were locked, but was he going to break in? Staying covered, she reached outside of the covers for the phone and dialed 911. She whispered that a man was watching her from the backyard and that she was too scared to move. The dispatcher sent a car immediately and said the best thing to do was stay where she was. After a few moments, the woman on the line asked Laura if she could check if the man was still there. She didn't want to leave the safety of the blanket, but the dispatcher promised the police were close and she needed to give them an update. Crying, Laura lowered the blanket once again. She had to wait for lightning to strike, she whispered. They sat, each listening to the other's shallow breaths as they waited on the storm. Maybe it was just a prank, the dispatcher suggested. Was there a neighbor kid nearby? There was probably nothing to worry about. But the latest flash of lightning revealed the man once again, and Laura yelped in terror. As she pulled the blanket back over herself, the phone cord tangled with the candle, knocking it to the floor. Wax splattered everywhere, and the flame went out. She remembered the remote cradled next to her in the chair, and subtly slid her hand outside of the blanket, pressing the power button. The television fell silent, and the room was pitch black. Now they were on even ground. Slowly, she lowered the blanket from her hairline, past her eyebrows, stopping at her nose. Now the entire yard was clear enough to see, and without a doubt, there was nobody there. As she noticed the first flicker of red and blue lights on the leaves, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had she fallen asleep? Had there been a man outside at all? There were voices along the side of the house, followed by flashlights zigzagging on the grass, and Laura finally let the blanket fall as 2 police officers came into view. They shined their lights around, saying something into their radio, then, through the windows, finding Laura. One officer spoke into the radio as Laura thanked the dispatcher and hung up. But before she could stand, lightning filled the skies once again, illuminating both the officer's terrified face and the man's horrifying reflection in the glass from where he stood directly behind her chair. The officer's patrol car peeled out of the driveway as they rounded the corner at the front of the house. The man had gotten away, at least for now. Laura remained in her favorite chair, under her blanket, a long, deep gash across her throat.
The Man in the Window, told by Terry Lynn Hudson.
Years ago, the church obtained a shack of a building formerly used to treat victims of the Spanish flu. It was known as a cursed site, the place of many tragedies, but the Overlook institution opened under the evil eye of the Mother Superior, Sister Margaret Martin. Margaret had a furious temper, and most did what they could to avoid her path. This wasn't always possible, though, and she was known for her wicked punishments. The locals turned a blind eye to the place, as it was known to obscure the undesirables from society. They didn't care to question why most who went in never walked out, because they preferred it that way. Favorite victims included the usual targets: queer people, those with mental illness, disabilities, along with young unwed mothers, and anyone else who could be rehabilitated or saved. Anyone who didn't fit the perfect society the conservative locals fantasized about. They didn't keep records, or if they did, they were never found. So no one knows how many people died there while Margaret was in charge. But the stories of her demonic deeds have not been forgotten. She loved sending poor souls down to the dark, disgusting basement for cleaning duty, where they'd be forced to scrub the rotting floors and walls with bare hands for hours with almost no light. The basement was a former crematorium and morgue during the pandemic, and many believed unhappy spirits remained trapped there. That's not to mention the snakes, roaches, and other horrors that waited in the shadows. Sister Margaret was known to stand with her back to the basement door, smiling wide as a desperate voice begged for release from the other side. She also loved to force her victims up 5 stories to the water tower. The town had always struggled with dirty drinking water, so the local government added the tower and filter system to the property when the church expanded it. The pipes delivered water throughout the building just fine, but she'd force them to fill each bucket from the top of the tower, then bring them all the way down, earning a lashing for every spilled drop. But there were a few times when the lashings weren't enough, and Sister Margaret simply pushed her victims into the water while they filled their buckets. It was too deep to get out without help, and she'd watch with a devilish grin until the helpless form sunk to rest at the bottom of the tank. And in the following weeks, while others complained about smelly, foul water coming from the faucets, Sister Margaret would help herself to the private tank in her quarters, filled with clean water from the buckets carried down by those she punished. But her favorite form of torture was the worst, because it came with no warning at all. She was always armed with her rosary, with thick, cumbersome beads and a sharp metal cross at the end. And when overtaken with the most violent, evil fury, it was perfect for strangulation or forcing into her victims' mouths, gagging and choking them until they stopped breathing. The others who worked at the facility knew of her actions, but were powerless and feared becoming victims themselves. She controlled where they lived, what they ate, who they spoke to, and when. And there was nowhere to go if they attempted to escape on foot, as the closest neighbor was miles away. Sister Margaret's reign of evil lasted almost 30 years, until she welcomed a new patient unlike any who came before, one who refused her punishments and fought back. From here, the story splits into several versions, whether she was choked to death with her own rosary, pushed into the water tower, or left to die in the basement. But a small fire broke out at the back of the building, and many took this opportunity to escape the damned building's walls. When authorities arrived, they were horrified by the conditions inside, and the institution was immediately shuttered. But Sister Margaret was nowhere to be found. They searched for weeks, but never found a clue, and eventually called it off, insisting to the public that she died in the fire, and doing everything they could to downplay the rumors of poisoned water and torturous acts. In 1952, a cosmetics company converted the building into a factory, but Margaret's shadow never left. Rumors spread that she was a demon in disguise, one who remained close, ready to punish anyone who dared speak ill of her. Others insisted she was simply an evil person in a position of power, who did horrible things because nobody stopped her. Many years later, the factory had a fire of its own, and a crumbling wall revealed the mummified body of a woman. Some might be comforted to know that the DNA confirmed Sister Margaret's final resting place was within the building. Less comforting, though, is that testing revealed that she didn't die the night of the fire in 1950. Sister Margaret Martin had been murdered decades before, as early as 1923, the year the church took possession of the building.
It was the sort of thing that just didn't happen. Cars didn't just break down, not on empty roads with dirt shoulders, and certainly not at night. When she'd set out from the last town, maybe 40 minutes back, she hadn't worried about the funny sounds the car was making. It would make it to her cousin's cabin. It just would. But it didn't. When she'd called the nearest tow truck, an automated voice had informed her that she'd have to wait for the morning. 5 more increasingly frantic calls had turned up nothing better. She would have to wait out the night. As she was trying to figure out the closest the back seat would let her get to lying down, she heard a light, careful knock from outside the car. Alarmed, she sat up. It took her a few seconds to even see that, cloaked in the dark, there was a figure standing near the passenger window. She clicked the car's lights back on, and instantly the figure backed up. She could see a silhouette only. A woman, tall, wearing a dress and some sort of cloak or veil. Her head was turned towards the ground, hiding the face entirely. She rolled the window down about halfway. "Can I help you?" The voice, clearer and younger than she had expected, answered back. "Do you need a place to stay the night?" The woman unnerved her, just a little, but so did staying in the car the whole night. She weighed the two carefully before answering, "Thank you so much. I'll get my bag." "Do what you need," said the woman, with just a little bit of an accent she couldn't quite place. "Only no lights." She paused. "No lights?" "That's the rule." She stepped out of the car and circled to the trunk, all the while desperately trying to explain the situation away. It could be a religious thing, or maybe it was just for the night. There was someone she wasn't supposed to wake up. Or she could have some kind of deformity that she was shy about. It was all perfectly normal. The woman waited for her, still facing just away from her in the car. When she got her suitcase, she followed the woman as she walked into the field, towards a distant house. There were no lights on in it. "Is it just you out here?" she asked casually. "No," the woman said. Together, they came to the house. It was 1 story tall, with a corrugated metal roof. It hadn't been painted for at least a few years. The woman eased the door open. Inside, it was pitch black. "And you did what I said? No lights?" "No lights," she repeated, although as she did, her finger snuck into her pocket and touched the lighter she always carried there. "Can I ask?" "It's the rule," the woman said and gestured her in. As she entered the small house, she found herself entirely blind. Only the creak of the wooden floor under her shoes and a faint but unpleasant smell she couldn't place told her anything about where she was. "I've brought a guest," the woman called out loudly as the door closed, startling her slightly. "We'll have something to eat. You'll be glad." "Thank you, but it's not necessary," she said, tottering carefully forward. She heard other movements around her, but had no idea how many people there were or how large the room was. "I just need a place to lie down and—" As she spoke, she bumped into what she realized was a chair. Slowly, as her eyes adjusted to the light, she became aware of a long table with many figures sitting or standing around it. All of them wore the same cloak as the one who had found her. "Eat," said a voice she didn't recognize, laying a plate in front of her on the table. "You'll be glad you did." She eased her way into the chair and tried to make her eyes pierce the shadows. The other figures were all sitting down around her, but their faces were hidden. Most of them seemed to be staring straight down into their food. She fingered the lighter in her pocket. Just a glimpse, she thought, just enough to know what's going on. They couldn't be mad at her for that. There was no sound or movement as the figures chewed. They lifted the food into the shadows of their faces, then dropped their fork back to the dish. Her hand found her own fork, and she hesitantly smelled a bite of the food. It had none of the unpleasant odor. When she finally tasted it, it was good, soft and almost sweet in an odd way. "Is it always dark like this?" she asked. "All the time?" "That's the rule," said another of them, and then silence. Nothing but the sounds of forks and plates. The unpleasant smell seemed to grow worse every second. It made her almost lightheaded. She fingered the lighter. It made her feel powerful. She could end all of this any time she wanted to. "So, are you a family? A church? She drifted off. No answer. Her thumb slowly spun the lighter cylinder. "How long have you been here?" "Eat," said another voice. "You'll be glad." That was when she pulled the lighter out and turned it on. For one moment, before it blew back out, she saw everything. She saw the walls, old and covered in brown stains. She saw what they had been eating. She saw the faces, not just rotten and decayed, but warped, twisted into a new, monstrous shape, one with a wide mouth and sharp teeth. After a few moments of light, the lighter went out. The darkness was complete again, and so was the silence. "Too bad," said a new voice, the last she ever heard. "If you had just followed the rule." Mad Henry was a hermit who lived alone in a decrepit mansion at the edge of town. Rumors were rife about the wild-eyed man. Some folks said that he was a magician who called upon the powers of darkness to wreak havoc upon his neighbors. Others called him a mad doctor who could restore life to foul corpses from the local cemetery. No respectable citizen in town had anything to do with Mad Henry. Then one year, a new family moved to town with a lovely daughter, Rachel, who caught Mad Henry's eye. He showered the maiden with gifts, goblets of pure gold, necklaces of pearl, and a pot of daisies that never dropped a single petal. Despite the gifts, Rachel fell in love with another, Jeffrey, a handsome young man just home from university. A week after meeting, they eloped, leaving behind a stunned Mad Henry. When the couple returned from their elopement, they threw a big ball and invited everyone in town. While Rachel was waltzing with her father, she heard a clap of thunder. Lightning flashed again and again. Suddenly, the double doors flew open and a breeze whirled in, bringing with it the smell of dead, decaying things. Mad Henry loomed in the doorway, pupils gleaming red with anger. He was followed by the grotesque figures of the dead, who came marching 2 by 2 into the room. Their eye sockets glowed with blue fire as they surrounded the room. 2 of the corpses captured Jeffrey and threw him down at the feet of their lord. Red eyes gleaming, Mad Henry drew a silver-bladed knife and casually cut the bridegroom's throat from ear to ear. Rachel screamed and ran forward, pushing through the foul, stinking corpses of the dead, and flung herself upon her dying husband. "Kill us both!" she cried desperately. But Mad Henry plucked her out of the pool of blood surrounding her dead husband and carried her out into the thundering night. Behind him, the army of the dead turned from the grisly scene and followed their master. The sounds of thunder and lightning faded away as the alchemist and his dead companions disappeared into the dark night. The bride and groom's fathers gathered a small mob and followed the evil hermit, intent upon saving Rachel. When they searched Mad Henry's house, they found it completely empty, save for a light which shone from a series of mysterious globes that bobbed near the ceiling of each room. Mad Henry had vanished, taking Rachel along with him. Jeffrey was buried in the local cemetery, and the dance hall was torn down. Search parties scoured the countryside for days, but turned up nothing. No one in town spoke about what had happened, and no one dared imagine what had become of poor Rachel. After a year had passed, a timid knock sounded upon the door of Rachel's parents' home. When her father opened it, he saw a gaunt, gray figure on the stoop. His beautiful daughter, Rachel, previously full of life, now dull with exhaustion and pain. With her tongue removed, she couldn't speak, but she produced a knife from her tattered garments. A knife they'd seen before in the hands of Mad Henry himself. The gleam of satisfaction in Rachel's eyes told them that the streaks of blood that coated the knife were those of her captor, and the parents welcomed their daughter back home. They sat her in their most comfortable chair before fetching blankets and bread and warm tea. But when they returned, Rachel was dead, sitting upright, with a peaceful smile upon her ravaged face.
Veronica Jordan was the daughter of the richest man in town, and she loved to remind those around her whenever possible. She threw an elaborate party for every holiday, but none of the local children wanted to attend. Mr. Jordan, however, was quite a powerful man, and their parents would never allow them to decline an invitation. It was Halloween night, and as always, Veronica was hosting her annual event. The local children dressed in costumes and begrudgingly marched up the hill toward the Jordan mansion, which was always impeccably decorated. Carved pumpkins with faces of all kinds covered every surface not bursting with candy or one of many delicious-looking dishes. A massive, bubbling cauldron spouted punch in the middle of the room, and the entire first floor was covered in a low blanket of fog. After a while, the party spilled outside into the courtyard, where the children challenged each other to games and began telling stories. One local boy, Jimmy Wells, led the group to the iron fence at the edge of the yard, pressing his face between the metal bars and looking down the hill at the cemetery below.
Anyone ever hear about the witch's grave?
He looked back to the group, but no one seemed familiar.
She used to live outside of town. Whenever a kid went missing, everyone whispered that it was the old witch taking another victim.
That's nonsense, Jimmy Wells. I've walked by that graveyard my whole life and never heard such a thing.
Of course you haven't. The wicked woman died and was buried all the way back there between those two weeping willow trees.
Don't be stupid. None of you actually believe this, do you?
She looked at the others, searching for agreement, but they all stared back and said nothing.
They didn't know you can't just bury a witch like any old person, and her soul remains trapped in the casket to this day. The worst part, she kept up her habit of snatching children. If you stand on her tombstone on Halloween night, she'll reach up from the ground and pull you under.
Only a baby would believe a story like that.
Jimmy smiled and stepped towards the evening's hostess.
Fine then. It's right over there. Why don't you go stand on the witch's grave?
She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms.
Oh, please.
I dare you.
I can't leave my own party. Don't be mad.
But he dared her again, and the other kids joined him. She felt sick at the thought of looking like a chicken.
Fine. I'll go. But when I get back, you have to give me half of your candy.
Jimmy laughed and pulled a small pocket knife from his pants, checking to make sure none of the adults noticed.
Fine, but you have to prove it. Stick this into the grass next to the grave and we'll see if it's there in the morning.
She took the knife and with a loud, dramatic sigh, snuck herself out of the side gate. The children watched as she walked down the hill and toward the cemetery gates. She looked back, as if for one final confirmation that she had to go through with it, and stepped under the archway, entering the graveyard. Within moments, her shape disappeared from the children's view into the dark fog. She felt the temperature drop, and suddenly, very, very alone.
I don't believe that stupid story.
The light of the moon grew dimmer as the fog grew thicker, and she marched on toward the back of the cemetery with determination. Finally, she saw the tombstone underneath the weeping willow trees. She stepped on top of it and braced herself, but of course nothing happened, and she laughed out loud. How stupid of Jimmy to give away half of his candy for something so simple. She plunged the pocket knife into the grass and attempted to step off the grave when she felt a strong tug at the back of her dress. Her eyes widened and she tried to move again, but couldn't. She was trapped in the grip of the witch's hand. The mansion fell silent as Veronica's piercing scream echoed across the skies. The entire party, servants and all, barreled down the hill towards the sound. It was the children who made it to the weeping willows first. There, they found Veronica lying across the grave. She was frozen, with her mouth crookedly open, eyes wide, and hands clenched into grasping claws. By her feet, Jimmy's pocket knife was stuck in the grass. Without realizing it, she'd stabbed through the fabric of her dress. Veronica had died of fright, but it was only the knife that held her.
The Girl Who Stood on the Grave, told by Hannah Mary Simpson, featuring Ashlyn C. Hafer and Bryan Renaud. On her way home from the market, an old woman took a shortcut through the cemetery. She was so hungry, and the money she'd saved had barely filled her basket. As always, she wondered how she'd make it to the next week, though she always found a way. As she passed under a massive weeping willow, she noticed that several gravestones were missing, and some plots had even been dug up. For what reason, she had no idea. Looking around, she seemed to be alone in the graveyard. With her mind wandering, she failed to keep her eyes on the path before her, and she tripped over something, falling to the ground. Sore, she looked back to see a large stick, or rather, some kind of bone. She picked it up, eyeing it carefully, and looking around once again, seeing no one. Without another thought, she added the bone to her basket and continued on her way. She thought of the vegetables she carried, corn and onions, green beans and carrots. Her stomach grumbled, thinking of the delicious soup she'd have for dinner. Soup was so perfect this time of year, not to mention the many health benefits of bone broth. She started the pot of water immediately upon getting home, adding her fresh vegetables along with barley, potatoes, and seasonings. The bone boiled in the bottom of the pot, and the delicious stew simmered gently, saturating her entire home. A familiar meow made its way to her ears, and the woman opened her door to see the stray cat who often visited. Excited for the company, she invited her small friend in, providing a bowl of fresh water and a few bites of chopped carrots. When the soup was done, she sat with her bowl and savored every bite. It was delicious, and the large pot would surely last for days. The cat's starving eyes watched her as she finished, and she knew she had to share. The woman plucked the bone from the pot, still simmering, and fed one end into her meat grinder. The long boil made it a bit easier to grind the first few inches into a sand-like texture that piled onto a small plate she'd prepared. Growing up, her mother had taught her to use every last bit of any resource. This always included the animal bones, an excellent source of calcium and protein with barely any flavor of its own. Mixing the grindings with a mashed potato, she placed the rest of the bone back in the pot and set the plate in front of the cat, licking her spoon. They were both so spoiled, she thought. Hours later, she awoke in the dead of night as a terrified howl filled her ears. Illuminating her lantern, she squinted into the room, but the cat was nowhere to be found. She called for him, but he didn't come. The soft bubbling of the simmering soup was the only noise in the night around her, until she heard the voice.
Give me back my bone.
The woman turned to see the small window above her stove was now open, letting in the chilly night breeze. First the howling, and now... She was so tired, and the wind often groaned through the house, but this sounded so clear. Closing the window, she planned to look for the cat in the morning. She climbed back into bed, pulling the blanket over her and settling in. But then, she heard it again.
Give me back my bone.
The woman was still in the bed, eyes wide open. She just needed to wait until the sun was up, she told herself. She'd had too much to eat and was having a nightmare. She insisted to herself that there was no voice at all. But only a while later, the voice returned.
I want my bone back.
It came from right outside her door. She stole from the bed, plunging her hands into the scalding soup to retrieve the bone. She rushed to the window, opening it quickly, and tossed the bone into the darkness. "Take it!" she screamed. It was silent. Trembling, the woman shut the window once again with her charred hands and stepped back into her home. Had it worked? Was it gone? She could only hear herself breathe.
I want my bone.
The door burst open, and the woman screamed with mortal terror. "I gave you your bone! I gave it back! I'm sorry. I didn't know. I gave it back. What more do you want from me?" She sank into her bed as the being stepped through the doorway into her home.
I want the rest of it.
Renaud.
Have you met the Sangstons? They are cousins of mine, and they live in Surrey. 5 years ago, they invited me to go and spend Christmas with them. It was an old house, with lots of unnecessary passages and staircases. A stranger could get lost in it quite easily. Well, I went down for that Christmas. Violet Sangston promised me that I knew most of the other guests. Unfortunately, I couldn't get away from my job until Christmas Eve. All the other guests had arrived there the previous day. I was the last to arrive, and I was just in time for dinner. The introductions were swift. At dinner, I noticed a tall, dark-haired, handsome woman I hadn't met before. She didn't look at all friendly, more cold and clever. Interesting. I wondered who she was, but I didn't ask. I was sure someone would speak to her by name during the meal. However, I was a long way from her at the table, and the conversation was bright and amusive. I completely forgot to ask the woman's name. There were 12 of us, including the Sangstons. We were all young, or trying to be young. Jack and Violet Sangston were the oldest, and their 17-year-old son Reggie was the youngest. It was Reggie who suggested Smee when the talk turned to games. He told us the rules of the game.
The name comes from It's Me, of course. Every player is given a sheet of paper. All the sheets except one are blank. On the last sheet of paper is written Smee. Nobody knows who Smee is except Smee himself, or herself. You turn out the lights, and everyone goes quietly out of the room and hides. Everyone is charged with looking for Smee, but of course you don't know who you're looking for. When one player meets another, he challenges them by saying, Smee. The other player answers Smee, and they continue searching.
He went on.
But the real Smee doesn't answer when someone challenges. The second player quietly stands beside him. When they are discovered by a third player, they will challenge and receive no answer, and they will join the first two. This goes on until all the players are in the same place. The last to find Smee forfeits the game. It's very amusing. In a big house, it often takes a long time for everyone to find Smee.
As Reggie finished, Violet Sangston stepped forward with a warning.
If you're going to play games in the dark, please be careful of the back stairs on the first floor. A door leads to them. We've always talked about taking the door off. In the dark, a stranger would think that they were walking into a room. You could get really hurt.
A girl broke her neck falling down those stairs.
Reggie.
Tell them how it happened.
She was apprehensive, but if she didn't tell the story, Reggie surely would.
It was 10 years ago, before we moved in. There was a party, and all the children were playing hide-and-seek. A girl was looking for somewhere to hide, and she heard someone coming, so she started to run to get away. She opened the door, assuming it led to a bedroom, but it was the door that led to the back stairs. She nearly jumped and landed at the foot of the stairs, killed instantly.
The room was quiet with uneasiness, but none of us had known her. It wasn't right to feel sad on Christmas Eve. We promised to be safe. We started the game immediately after dinner. Reggie went around turning all the lights off, except in the sitting room where we were. We prepared the 12 sheets of paper. 11 of them were blank, and one of them had Smee written on it. Reggie mixed them up, and we each took one. I looked at mine and saw that it was blank. A moment later, the lights were turned out, and I heard someone moving very quietly to the door. The rest of us waited for a minute before rushing from the room. I had no idea who Smee could be. For 5 or 10 minutes, we were all rushing up and down the passages, in and out of rooms, challenging each other and answering, Smee? Smee! After a while, The noise had died down. I guess that someone had found Smee. Finally, I came across a group of people sitting on some narrow stairs. "Smee?" I asked. I received no answer, so Smee was there. I joined the group just as 2 other players arrived. Each hurried, neither wanting to be last. Jack Sangston was last and forfeited with laughter.
That's everyone, isn't it?
Reggie lit a match and held it up to the staircase.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
He shook his head, laughing.
That's one too many.
The match went out. He lit another and counted again. He got to 12, and his forehead creased with confusion.
There are 13 people here.
Oh, nonsense.
Mrs. Gorman laughed.
You probably began with yourself, and now you're counting yourself twice.
Someone handed him a flashlight, which was much bigger than the match. We all counted as a group. Of course there were 12 of us. Reggie laughed.
Well, I was sure I counted 13 twice.
From halfway up the stairs, Violet spoke nervously.
I thought that there was someone just here, sitting 2 steps above me. Have you moved, Bernadette?
Bernadette shook her head no. The air shifted as a cold finger seemed to touch us all. We felt generally uncomfortable and unpleasant, momentarily unsure of what to do. And then we laughed at ourselves and each other and felt normal again. There were 12 of us, and that was that. Still laughing, we went back to the sitting room and started again. This time, I was Smee. Violet found me while I was still searching for a hiding place. That game didn't last long. As we prepared for another round, Reggie pulled me aside.
I've got to talk to you.
We went into the breakfast room. What's the matter? I asked.
I don't know. You were Smee last time, weren't you?
I nodded.
Well, of course, I didn't know who Smee was. Mother and the others ran to the west side of the house and found you, but I went east into a bedroom. There's a deep clothes cupboard. It's a great hiding place. I thought Smee might be there. I opened the door in the dark, and I could see the outline of someone there, behind the hanging clothes. I reached in and touched their hand. Smee? I asked. There was no answer, so I thought I found Smee. I went in and closed the door, and I can't describe it. I suddenly had a strange, cold feeling, like something was wrong. I turned on my flashlight, and I was alone in the cupboard. But I am sure I touched a hand, and nobody could get in or out because I was standing there.
You imagined you touched a hand, I said.
I knew you would say that. Of course I imagined it. That's the only explanation, isn't it?
I could see he still felt shaken, but I agreed with him, and together we returned to the sitting room. The others were all ready and waiting to start again. Perhaps it was my imagination, but as we played this round, I had a feeling that nobody was really enjoying the game anymore, but everyone was too polite to mention it. I had a deep, uneasy feeling. I tried to laugh at myself, but I did not succeed. At first, I stayed close to the others, but for several minutes no Smee was found. I left the group and started searching the first floor to the west of the house. I was feeling my way along the wall in the pitch dark when I bumped into a pair of human knees. My hand touched a soft, heavy curtain. I knew where I was. There were tall windows with seats at the end of the passage, with curtains touching the ground. Someone was sitting in the corner of the window. "Smee?" I whispered. There was no answer, so I sat down beside her to wait for the others. That's when I realized I knew who this was. It was that tall, pale, dark woman from before. "I'm sorry, I never caught your name before," I said. After a moment, she whispered,
Bailey Ford.
She was taking the game very seriously, I thought. I whispered an introduction back, but she didn't respond. I asked another 1 or 2 rather ordinary questions and received no answer. I began to feel a little annoyed. Smee is a game of silence, but there was nobody else around. Why was she insisting on keeping quiet? I turned away from her. I hope someone finds us soon, I thought to myself. As I sat there, I realized that I disliked sitting beside this girl very much indeed. Before, I had wanted to know more about her, but now I felt really uncomfortable beside her. I trembled, wanting to jump up and run away. I prayed that someone else would come along soon. Finally, I heard light footsteps in the passage. I heard the curtains move, and a hand touched my shoulder.
Smee!
It was Mrs. Gorman. Of course, we didn't answer. She sat beside me, and at once I felt much better.
You're not Smee, are you?
No, she's on my other side. Mrs. Gorman reached across me, setting her hand on the woman's silk dress.
Hello, Smee. How are you?
Of course, the woman didn't answer.
Oh, it's against the rules to talk. Never mind then. You know, this game is beginning to annoy me a little. I hope we're not going to play it all evening. I'd rather switch to a nice quiet game, all together by a nice warm fire.
Me too, I agreed.
Can you suggest it when we return? I'm sure I'm being very silly, but I can't get rid of the idea of the extra person on the stairs. Somebody who ought not to be here at all.
That's exactly how I felt, but I didn't say so.
I wonder when the others will find us.
After a time, we heard the sound of feet, and finally Reggie's voice.
Is anybody there?
We're here, I answered.
Is Miss Gorman with you?
Yes.
You've both got forfeits. You've kept us all waiting for hours.
But you haven't found Smee, I complained.
What are you on about? I was Smee this time.
But Smee is here with us.
Reggie ignited his flashlight, shining it directly onto Mrs. Gorman and myself. Between me and the wall was an empty space on the window seat. I stood up, but sat back down again. The room was spinning. There was somebody there, I said, because I touched her. Mrs. Gorman was trembling.
So did I. And I don't think anyone could leave this seat without us knowing.
Reggie seemed to shrug it off. We were not very popular upon our return to the sitting room.
I found them in the window seats.
The tall, dark girl was by the fire. I approached her. So you were pretending to be Smee and then you went away? She laughed, bewildered. Mrs. Sangston approached me.
The two of you kept everyone waiting. It was very rude.
But we were not alone, I protested. There was somebody else there. She was pretending to be Smee. I thought it was her. I pointed to the tall, dark woman. But she's refused to admit it.
It couldn't have been Charlotte. I was with her the entire time.
Charlotte? I exclaimed. She told me her name was Bailey Ford. Violet Sangston went as pale as a ghost.
Bailey Ford?
I confirmed. The cold wind whipped against the windows.
That was the girl that fell down the stairs and died 10 years ago. Her name was Bailey Ford.
Smee, written by A.M. Burridge, adapted by Bryan Renaud, told by Samantha Garcia, featuring Erin Holland, Shannon Lee Weber, and Ashlyn C. Hafer.
It was the evening of the high school dance, and Catherine was wearing the dress she'd worked on all year. She didn't have the money to buy something new like the other girls in school, but her talented hands created something much better, something one of a kind. The red, sparkling fabric was stunning against her skin, and she knew her crush, Matthew, would simply have to take notice. But after she'd blushed her cheeks and straightened her hair, she was greeted by her mother in the kitchen, wearing a heavy scowl. "You're not going to the dance," she said. "Dancing is for the devil's children, and you dress in the color of sin. Go upstairs at once, change your clothes and wipe your face. Then come down and make us something to eat." Her mother returned to the front of the house, where she was likely reading or sewing, and Catherine stomped up the stairs to her room. She'd told her mother all about the dance, even showing her a glimpse of the fabric the day she brought it home. But sometimes it was like she had two different mothers entirely, and tonight she had the mean one. She dampened a cloth and raised it to her cheek, but paused. It wasn't fair. She'd waited years for this dance and spent hours on her dress. And who knows who Matthew would dance with if she wasn't there? For the first time in her life, she decided to defy her mother. She gathered her things, walked down the stairs and out of the house without saying a word. With a burst of adrenaline, Catherine sprinted towards the school gym. The dance had already started, and she wanted to enjoy every moment possible. She could hear the music from outside as she neared the doors and finally entered the building. In a fantastic moment, it felt like every single person in the room stopped and looked at her standing there in her shimmering dress. She was so used to going unseen. She looked through the crowd for Matthew, but couldn't find him. Her girlfriends were all on the dance floor with their dates, so Catherine stood near the punch bowl as she continued looking around the room for her crush. A few other boys came up to her and asked her to dance, and she bathed in the euphoria of turning them down. After all, she was waiting for someone. Finally, she spotted Matthew with a group of his friends, and their eyes locked. Her breath caught in her throat. But this was the moment she had been waiting for. His eyes remained on her as she made her way in his direction. She could tell he was shocked by the beauty of her dress. But when she asked him to dance, he turned the color of the fabric. The others around him laughed, teasing him for being asked to dance by a girl. Catherine stepped to the shadows of the gym, suddenly regretting the choices that led here. She'd never admit it, but she'd made the dress for him. Now it was for nothing, and she couldn't bear to think of what punishment awaited at home. From the darkness of the crowd, a gorgeous young man appeared next to her. She'd never seen him before. He had shiny jet black hair, a perfectly tailored suit, and piercing eyes that captivated. And he turned to Catherine and asked her to dance. She couldn't even manage to say yes. She only held out her hand for the taking. He led her to the dance floor, and the music suddenly erupted in volume. They danced together, and she moved with an ease she didn't recognize. She'd always loved to dance, but never had much talent for it. She followed the beautiful man's lead, very aware of the hundreds of eyes on them. The man spun her around and around. The others in the gym clapped and cheered, and he spun her faster. She began to lose her breath and tried to step out of the spin, but he spun her even faster. The floor seemed to melt beneath her feet. She tried to focus on her own limbs, but couldn't. It was as if they moved on their own accord, and her feet grew hotter and hotter, and yet he spun her faster. The crowd cheered and whooped and applauded, and finally she was spinning so fast that a cloud of dust formed around them so thick that they could no longer be seen by the crowd. The music returned to its normal level, and the dust fell to the floor, revealing the beautiful man standing there. But Catherine nowhere to be seen. He took a bow for the crowd, and, fully enamored, they applauded with vigor. And then he disappeared too. The devil had come for one of his children and spun her all the way to hell.
with the Devil, told by Terry Lynn Hudson.
Years ago, only a few miles away from what is now Cincinnati, lay a huge and almost endless forest. The area had a few settlements, but many of them had already been left as people headed further west. Among those remaining was a man who had been one of the first people to arrive in the area. The man's name was said to be Murlock. Though he was middle-aged, he appeared to be in his 70s. His hair and long, full beard were white. His gray, lifeless eyes were sunken. His face was wrinkled. He was tall and thin with drooping shoulders. Something other than time had been the cause of his aging. His modest log cabin was surrounded on all sides by the great forest. The darkness and silence of the trees were a proper fit, as no one ever knew him to smile or speak an unnecessary word. He met his needs by selling and trading the skins of wild animals. The home had a single door directly opposite a window, which was boarded up. No one could remember a time when it was not, and no one knew why it had been closed. As the man was known to spend the days in the sun, he surely would have enjoyed the light and air. Eventually, Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not the time or place for medical examinations or newspapers. It was agreed that he had died from natural causes, and his body was buried near the cabin. He was laid to rest next to his wife, who had died so long before that she almost felt like a legend herself. When Murlock built his cabin, he was young, strong, and full of hope. He began the hard work of creating a farm. He kept a rifle and used it to hunt. He had married a young woman, in all ways worthy of his honest love and loyalty. She shared the dangers of life with a willing spirit and a light heart. There is no known record of her name or details about her. They loved each other and were happy. One day Murlock returned from hunting in a deep part of the forest. He found his wife sick with fever and confusion. There was no doctor or neighbor within miles, and he knew that he couldn't leave her alone to find help. So Murlock tried to take care of his wife and return her to good health. But at the end of the third day, she fell into unconsciousness and died. He was surprised that he did not cry, surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to cry for the dead. Murlock had sense enough to remember that the dead must be prepared for burial. He made a mistake now and again while performing this special duty. He did certain things wrong, and others, which he did correctly, were done over and over again. Once she was buried, he thought to himself he would miss her. He stood over the body of his wife in the disappearing light. He fixed the hair and made finishing touches to the rest. He did all of this without thinking, but with care. Murlock had no experience in deep sadness, an artist of powers that affects people in different ways. His heart could not contain it all. His imagination could not understand it. To one it comes like the stroke of an arrow, shocking all the emotions to a sharper life. To another it comes as the blow of a crushing strike. Murlock did not know he was so hard struck. That knowledge would come later and never leave. Soon after he had finished his work, he sank into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay. He stared at his wife's face in the deepening darkness. He laid his arms upon the table's edge and dropped his head onto them, tearless and very sleepy. At that moment, a long, screaming sound came in through the open window. It was like the cry of a lost child in the far deep of the darkening forest. But the man did not move. He heard that unearthly cry upon his failing sense, again and nearer than before. Maybe it was a wild animal, or maybe it was a dream, for Murlock was asleep. Some hours later, he awoke, lifted his head from his arms, and listened closely. He knew not why. There, in the black darkness by the side of the body, he remembered everything without a shock. He strained his eyes to see, he knew not what. His senses were all alert. His breath was suspended. His blood was still, as if to assist the silence. Who, what, had awakened him, and where was it? Suddenly the table shook under his arms. At the same time he heard, or imagined he heard, a light, soft step, and then another. The sounds of bare feet walking upon the floor. He was afraid beyond the power to cry out or move. He waited there in the darkness through what seemed like centuries of such fear. Fear as one may know, but yet live to tell. He tried but failed to speak the dead woman's name. He tried but failed to stretch his hand across the table to learn if she was there. His throat was powerless. His arms and hands were like lead. Then something most frightful happened. It seemed as if a heavy body was thrown against the table with a force that pushed against his chest. At the same time, he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor. It was so violent a crash that the whole house shook. A fight followed, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murlock had risen to his feet. Extreme fear had caused him to lose control of his senses. He threw his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which fear may turn to insanity, and insanity incites to action. With no definite plan, and acting like a madman, Murlock ran quickly to the wall. He seized his loaded rifle and, without aim, fired it. The flash from the rifle lit the room with a clear brightness. He saw a huge, fierce panther dragging the dead woman toward the window. The wild animal's teeth were fixed on her throat. Then there was darkness blacker than before, and silence. When he returned to consciousness, the sun was high and the forest was filled with the sounds of singing birds. The body lay near the window, where the animal had left it when frightened away by the light and sound of the rifle. Her clothing was ruined, her long hair in disorder. Her arms and legs lay in a careless way, and a pool of blood flowed from her horribly torn throat. In her mouth, clenched between her teeth, was a piece of the animal's ear.
It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river sky, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe, as I who gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which man cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Meroe and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killings of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near their hovel. And from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife because of the habitual expression on the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of the cats hated these odd folks, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray towards the remote hovel under the dark trees. When, through some unavoidable oversight, a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came. One day, a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow, cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they sold fortunes for silver and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with humanoid bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was, in this singular caravan, a little boy, with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrows. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So the boy, whom the dark people called Menes, smiled more often than he wept, as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menes could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms towards the sun and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature's full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night, the wanderers left Ulthar and were never seen again. And the households were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. Old Cranon, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Menes' kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Atle, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard, under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard-of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at his accustomed hearth, large and small, black and gray, striped yellow and white. None was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Cranon again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in doing so he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thul the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was, subsequently, much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lead notary, and Cranon and Shang and Thul were overwhelmed with the questions. Even little Atle, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Menes and his black kitten, of the prayer of Menes and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end, the burgesses passed that remarkable law which is told by traders in Hatheg and discussed by travelers in near, namely, that in Ulthar, no man may kill a cat.
Mr. Rivers was known for his temper and for taking it out on his students. No one dared misbehave in his classroom after rumors spread of his horrible punishments from back in the day. He once forced a boy to hold his nose in the corner of the room for so long, he fainted and cracked his head open. None of the other students dared say anything. Another kid had to stay after class and rewrite sentences thousands of times. Mr. Rivers went home for the night, but the boy was too scared to move without completing the task, and he stayed in the desk for 2 days straight. He didn't speak to anyone else again and left the school at the end of the year. But the worst tale was a young girl who snuck out of class one afternoon, enraging Mr. Rivers, and the following day, he locked her in a closet. Her friends stayed after school to set her free, but he guided them out of the building and left with the keys, and the building was empty for the whole weekend. No one saw or heard from her ever again. Mr. Rivers didn't see any point in respecting his inferiors, and he refused to learn his students' names. Instead, they were each assigned a number on the first day, which is how he'd referred to them for the rest of the semester. Because of the ever-growing school enrollment, his class was almost completely full, with 30 total students. One evening, after an especially infuriating day, he sat at his desk grading papers, most of them failing. An attendant from the office came by with a note, saying they'd received a message for him. It read,
Your cruelty is self-serving. Try teaching with kindness. Number 31. I have no student 31.
He sat there, staring at the note. He knew there was no student 31, and the thought that someone in his class was pranking him only infuriated him more. The following day, he reprimanded each of his classes, threatening all kinds of punishments if the student behind the prank didn't come forward. Nothing did any good, and nobody had anything to say.
Then the only fair thing to do,
He said,
is give everyone detention.
and he spent the evening supervising all of his students working in silence until the building closed. The students had gone back to their dorms, and he was preparing to leave. As he put on his jacket, he noticed a paper on his desk he hadn't seen before. It read,
It's not too late for you. Number 31.
He looked around the empty room and tore into the hallway, desperate to catch whoever left the note, and spent the following day making even more severe threats than before. Getting nowhere, he dismissed his classes and worked in a state of rage throughout the day in the quiet classroom. Several hours passed as he graded the same few papers, unable to focus, and he rubbed his sore eyes in frustration. It was time to call it a night. But when he stood up, he nearly screamed. He'd been alone for hours in that room, but now, behind him on the blackboard was a sprawling message written in chalk.
Don't turn your back on me.
He stumbled from the room, disoriented and choking on the air, and fled from the building. The next day, the students learned he'd be taking a week of medical leave, which turned into 2 weeks, and then a month, and finally, permanent retirement. No one at the school ever saw Mr. Rivers again. The following summer, the gutted classroom was being remodeled, and the wall that held the blackboard was torn down. Stuffed inside, construction workers found the long, mummified body of a young girl.
The Blackboard, told by Hannah Mary Simpson, featuring Bryan Renaud.
It was the Robinsons' first Christmas in the new house, and the girls were more excited about the holiday than ever. They'd picked the biggest tree they could find, and festive decorations covered nearly every inch of the house. James and Brandon were looking forward to spoiling their daughters with dozens of gifts. The most exciting part? They were planning to catch Santa in the act. They sat the girls down and explained that they'd aim their nanny cam towards the tree on Christmas Eve to try and catch Santa Claus delivering presents. Brandon was planning to dress up and eat the cookies and really put on a show for the kids. He had been a theater major after all before his days at the office. Christmas Eve came, and Christy and Ashley excitedly placed the cookies they had baked for Santa onto the snowflake plate. They were practically begging to go to sleep well before their bedtime, so eager to reach Christmas morning.
We can't forget the milk.
Ashley had come into the living room with a pint of oat milk.
Will that kind work?
Santa won't even know the difference. In fact, his tummy will probably thank us.
Brandon balanced the reindeer mug for Ashley as she cautiously filled it. She set it down on the end table near the tree next to the plate of cookies.
It's gonna be the best Christmas ever, but only if you get a good night's sleep.
And promise to stay in bed.
The girls were tucked in, and Brandon and James headed to the bedroom to finish wrapping gifts. They had really gone all out this year, so they needed every last minute of alone time to prepare for Christmas morning. Finally, they loaded up the big red bag they bought online, and Brandon got into costume. It was time for his big act. James watched from the hallway so he wouldn't be on camera as Brandon tiptoed into the room. He unloaded gift after gift until the tree was totally surrounded with presents, and stopped to eat a cookie and drink some milk before taking his bag and leaving. It was well past 2 a.m. and James followed Brandon in costume back to the bedroom and shut the door.
Let me help you with your sack.
They got into bed together and eventually went to sleep. Christmas morning came, and of course the girls woke up first. They weren't allowed to open gifts without their dads, but they couldn't wait to watch the footage and see Santa for real. As James entered the living room yawning, he heard them giggling and watching the video. He was the last one up. Brandon brought him a cup of coffee, planting a warm kiss on his cheek.
Honey, it worked.
Huh?
We got Santa on video.
No way.
And we have so many presents.
Way too many presents.
And there's even more downstairs.
Who told you there were more presents in the basement, silly?
Nobody told us. We saw his helper bring more presents in.
You saw? What are you talking about?
There's even more presents in the basement. We were so good this year. They ran out of room by the tree.
Brandon nearly ripped the iPad out of Christy's hands.
We got so many presents.
What was she talking about? He tried to rewind the video, but the tablet was nearly dead. He handed it to James, who took it into the office in a rush. It only took a minute to load the footage, but James was frozen with anxiety. Finally, it loaded. He clicked through, estimating the timing. There were a few hours of nothing after the girls went to bed. And then, at 1:32 a.m., Brandon enters the camera dressed as Santa. In the grainy footage, he looks really convincing. He delivers the presents, eats the cookies, and leaves. But a few minutes later, someone else entered the screen. A shorter, then stranger, bundled up in wintered clothes, tiptoed into the room, eyeing the gifts. He had a long, scraggly white beard that matched the hair spilling out from under his winter cap. In the shadows, he had almost no facial features other than the point of his thin nose. Over his shoulder was what looked like a garbage bag. He stood there in the center of the room for several moments before stepping forward and removing a cookie from the plate. He sniffed it with a strange curiosity and then took a bite. He put the rest of the cookie back down on the plate.
Brandon!
He rushed into the room as James rewound the footage to show him what he had just witnessed. He hoped to God that he was just seeing things. But Brandon clasped his hands over his mouth at a total loss for words.
Who the fuck is that? I think he came in through the laundry room. James, we never fixed that lock.
He was trembling.
James, fast forward the footage.
He did, without question, skimming quickly as the sun came up and the girls entered the living room excitedly in their Christmas pajamas. Ashley fetched the iPad to play the video while Christy helped herself to the rest of the cookie that the stranger had bitten. And then it hit them.
James, we never saw him leave.
The fathers panicked, rushing back into the living room. They didn't have a plan, they just wanted to get the girls out of the house. But as they rounded the corner, it was already too late. The girls had gone down into the basement.
Santa Cam, written by Bryan Renaud, told by Shannon Lee Weber, featuring Aaron Holland, Ashlyn Seehafer, Bryan Renaud, and Shannon Lee Weber.
Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" He cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of Aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum. And when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operation is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and of course, its attendant circumstances. "Where are you?" I repeated louder and sharper this time. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted, dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks, like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist. I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly, the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marvelled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast, of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel it can see me. Or rather, that it is aware of me, with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. The expression of terrified anticipation centred in his eyes lessened slightly and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity with the same leashed virulence about it moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "I can name it only aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of this awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly, a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain. I had to know that answer. "Think, think," I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you."
Ask a Dead Man, story by Charles Duvet, told by N.R. Collard.
I had loved her madly. Why does one love? Why does one love? How queer it is to see only one being in the world, to have only one thought in one's mind, only one desire in the heart, and only one name on the lips. A name which comes up continually, which rises like the water in a spring, from the depths of the soul, which rises to the lips, and which one repeats over and over again, which one whispers ceaselessly, everywhere, like a prayer. I am going to tell you our story, for love only has one, which is always the same. I met her and loved her, that is all. And for a whole year I have lived on her tenderness, on her caresses, in her arms, in her dresses, on her words, so completely wrapped up, bound, imprisoned in everything which came from her, that I no longer knew whether it was day or night, if I was dead or alive, on this old earth of ours, or elsewhere. And then she died. How? I do not know. I no longer know. But one evening she came home wet, for it was raining heavily, and the next day she coughed, and she coughed for about a week, and took to her bed. What happened I do not remember now, but doctors came, wrote, and went away. Medicines were brought, and some women made her drink them. Her hands were hot, her forehead was burning, and her eyes bright and sad. When I spoke to her, she answered me, but I do not remember what we said. I have forgotten everything. 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 She died, and I very well remember her slight, feeble sigh. The nurse said, "Ah," and I understood. I understood. I knew nothing more, nothing. I saw a priest who said, "Your mistress?" And it seemed to me as if he were insulting her. As she was dead, nobody had the right to know that any longer, and I turned him out. Another came who was very kind and tender, and I shed tears when he spoke to me about her. They consulted me about the funeral, but I do not remember anything that they said, though I recollected the coffin and the sound of the hammer when they nailed her down in it. Oh, God. God. She was buried, she, in that hole. Some people came, female friends. I made my escape and ran away. I ran, and then I walked through the streets and went home, and the next day I started on a journey. Yesterday I returned to Paris, and when I saw my room again, our room, our bed, our furniture, everything that remains of the life of a human being after death, I was seized by such a violent attack of fresh grief that I was very near opening the window and throwing myself out into the street, as I could not remain any longer among these things between these walls which had enclosed and sheltered her, and which retained 1,000 atoms of her skin, and of her breath in their imperceptible crevices. I took up my hat to make my escape, and just as I reached the door, I passed the large glass in the hall, which she had put there so that she might be able to look at herself every day, from head to foot, as she went out, to see if her toilette looked well and was correct and pretty, from her little boots to her bonnet. And I stopped short in front of that looking glass, in which she had so often been reflected. So often, that it also must have retained her reflection. I was standing there, trembling, with my eyes fixed on the glass, on that flat, profound, empty glass, which had contained her entirely, and had possessed her as much as I had, as my passionate looks had. I felt as if I loved that glass. I touched it. It was cold. Oh, the recollection. Sorrowful mirror, burning mirror, horrible mirror, which makes us suffer such torments. Happy are the men whose hearts forget everything that it has contained, everything that has passed before it, everything that has looked at itself in it, that has been reflected in its affection, in its love. How I suffer. I went on without knowing it, without wishing it. I went towards the cemetery. I found her simple grave, a white marble cross with these few words: "She loved, was loved, and died." She is there, below, decayed. I sobbed with my forehead on the ground, and I stopped there for a long time. Then I saw that it was getting dark, and a strange, a mad wish, the wish of a despairing lover, seized me. I wished to pass the night, the last night, in weeping on her grave, but I should have been seen and driven out. How was I to manage? I was cunning, and got up and began to roam about in that city of the dead. I walked and walked. How small this city is in comparison with the other, the city in which we live, and yet how much more numerous the dead are than the living. We want high houses, wide streets, and much room for the 4 generations who see the daylight at the same time, drink water from the spring, and wine from the vines, and eat the bread from the plains. And for all the generations of the dead, for all that ladder of humanity that has descended down to us, there is scarcely anything afield, scarcely anything. The earth takes them back. Oblivion effaces them. Adieu. At the end of the abandoned cemetery, I suddenly perceived that the one where those who have been dead a long time finish mingling with the soil, where the crosses themselves decay, where the last comers will be put tomorrow. It is full of untended roses, of strong and dark cypress trees, a sad and beautiful garden nourished on human flesh. I was alone, perfectly alone, and so I crouched in a green tree and hid myself there completely among the thick and somber branches. And I waited, clinging to the stem, like a shipwrecked man does to a plank. When it was quite dark, I left my refuge and began to walk softly, slowly, inaudibly, through that ground full of dead people. And I wandered about for a long time, but could not find her again. I went on with extended arms, knocking against the tombs with my hands, my feet, my knees, my chest, even my head, without being able to find her. I touched and felt about like a blind man groping his way. I felt the stones, the crosses, the iron railings, the metal wreaths, and the wreaths of faded flowers. I read the names with my fingers by passing them over the letters. What a night! What a night! I could not find her again. There was no moon. What a night! I am frightened, horribly frightened, in these narrow paths between 2 rows of graves. 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 Nothing but graves. On my right, on my left, in front of me, around me, everywhere there were graves. I sat down on one of them, for I could not walk any longer. My knees were so weak. I could hear my heart beat, and I could hear something else as well. What? A confused, nameless noise. Was the noise in my head in the impenetrable night, or beneath the mysterious earth, the earth sown with human corpses? I looked all around me, but I cannot say how long I remained there. I was paralyzed with terror, drunk with fright, ready to shout out, ready to die. Suddenly it seemed to me as if the slab of marble on which I was sitting was moving. Certainly it was moving, as if it were being raised. With a bound, I sprang onto the neighboring tomb, and I saw, yes, I distinctly saw the stone which I had just quitted rise upright, and the dead person appeared, a naked skeleton, which was pushing the stone back with its bent back. I saw it quite clearly, although the night was so dark. On the cross I could read, "Here lies Jacques Ollivant, who died at the age of 51. He loved his family, was kind and honorable, and died in the grace of the Lord." The dead man also read what was inscribed on his tombstone. Then he picked up a stone off the path, a little pointed stone, and began to scrape the letters carefully. He slowly effaced them altogether, and with the hollows of his eyes he looked at the places where they had been engraved, and with the tip of the bone that had been his forefinger, he wrote in luminous letters, like those lines which one traces on walls with the tip of a lucifer match, "Here reposes Jacques Ollivant, who died at the age of 51. He hastened his father's death by his unkindness, as he wished to inherit his fortune. He tortured his wife, tormented his children, deceived his neighbors, robbed everyone he could, and died wretched." When he had finished writing, the dead man stood motionless, looking at his work, and on turning round I saw that all the graves were open, that all the dead bodies had emerged from them, and that all had effaced the lies inscribed on the gravestones by their relations, and had substituted the truth instead. And I saw that all had been tormentors of their neighbors, malicious, dishonest, hypocrites, liars, rogues, calumniators, envious, that they had stolen, deceived, performed every disgraceful, every abominable action. These good fathers, these faithful wives, these devoted sons, these chaste daughters, these honest tradesmen, these men and women who were called irreproachable, and they were called irreproachable, and they were all writing at the same time, on the threshold of their eternal abode, the truth, the terrible and the holy truth, which everybody is ignorant of, or pretends to be ignorant of, while the others are alive. I thought that she also must have written something on her tombstone. And now, running without any fear among the half-open coffins, among the corpses and skeletons, I went towards her, sure that I should find her immediately. I recognized her at once without seeing her face, which was covered by the winding sheet, and on the marble cross where shortly before I had read, "She loved, was loved, and died," I now saw, having gone out one day in order to deceive her lover, she caught cold in the rain and died. They found me at daybreak, lying on the grave.
Was It a Dream? Told by James K. White. Adapted from the story by Guy de Maupassant.
During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of USHER. I knew not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveler upon opium. The bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of USHER. It was a mystery all unsoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while beyond doubt there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled luster by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the gray sedge, and the ghastly tree stems, and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country. A letter from him, which in its wildly importunate nature had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and an earnest desire to see me as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had been always excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time-honored as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency I considered, while running over the thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in this long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony of the name, which had at length so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include in the minds of the peasantry who used it both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such I have long known. is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only, that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as reality to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the gray wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapor, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal features seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the spacious totality of old woodwork, which has rotted for long years in some neglected vault. With no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stately step thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken, while the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes and served to render sufficiently distant the more prominent object around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, USHER arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennuyé man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and from some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely, man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with the companion of my early boyhood, yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverous of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surprisingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity, these features with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easy to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things, startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and as, in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face, I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscence of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to the species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden self-balance and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unusual sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. To an anomalous species of terror I found him a burdened slave. "I shall perish," said he. "I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, shall I be lost. I dread the event of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger except in its absolute effect. In terror, in this unnerved in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear. I learn, moreover, at intervals and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions of the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence for many years he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose superstitious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of all the gray walls and turrets and the dim tarn into which they all looked down had at length brought upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus affected him could be traced to a more natural and far more palatable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him, the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so she was called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment, and without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door at length closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of her brother. But he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent, although transient affections of a partially cataleptical character, were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night, with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should attain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar, and thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherited positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies, or of the occupation, in which he involved me, or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over all. His long improvised diriges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of Von Weber, From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew touch by touch into vagueness, and which I shuddered the more thrillingly because I shuddered, knowing not why. From these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surround me, there arose, out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas, an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I, ever yet, in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete revelries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial source of light was discernible, yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer. With the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments, it was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar, which gave birth in great measure to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been and were in the notes as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations. The result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded is observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled "The Haunted Palace," ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus: "In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's domination, it stood here. Never spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious golden, on its roof did float and flow. Thus all this was in the olden time long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting, for bygone, the state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came floating, flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now within that valley, through the red litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a rapid, ghastly river, through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more. I well remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinency with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things, but in his disordered fancy the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the gray stones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentence had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and the decayed trees which stood around. Above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of these sentiments, was to be seen, he said, and I here started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importunate and terrible influence which for centuries had mouldered the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with his character of phantasm. He pored together over such works as were not Et Chestre, Resant, The Basilica of Maccalemi, The Heaven and Hell of Schwedbar, The Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, The Cherkansy of Robert Flood, of Jean de Ingy, and De la Chambre, The Journey into the Blue Distance of Tarek, and The City of the Sun, Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of Dictatorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Emec de Goin, and there were passages of Pompeius Mela about the old African satyrs and of Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in Quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigere Motorium Seculum Corum Estelle Magante. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previously to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolutions, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded at best but a harmless and by no means unnatural precaution. At the request of USHER, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth, immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently in more feudal times, for the worst purposes of a donjon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door, of massive iron, had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp, grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and USHER, divining perhaps my thought, murmured out some words for which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcity intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly catacryptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip, which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way with toil into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectionless step. The pallor of his countenance assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminous of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterances. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all that into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacantly for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me by slow yet certain degrees the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies, which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly ceaseless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened. I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals. I knew not whence, overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but few turns in this manner when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of USHER. In an instant afterward he rapped with a gentle touch at my door, and entered bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "You have not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "You have not then seen it? But stay, you will." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the enduring gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was, indeed, a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this. Yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation, which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not, you shall not behold this," said I, shudderingly to USHER, as I led him with a gentle violence from the window to a seat. "These appearances which bewildered you are merely electrical phenomena not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank mismania of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances I will read, and you shall listen, and so we will pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken up was The Mad Tryst of Sir Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favorite of USHER's, more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative proximity which could have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission unto the dwelling of her hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here it will be remembered the words of the narrative run thus: and Ethelred, who was by nature a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was an obstinate and malleable turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and with blows made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry, hollow-sounding wood alarmed, the hand reverberated throughout the forest. At the termination of this sentence, I started for a moment, paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came indistinctly to my ears what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one certainly, of the very cracking and rippling sound which Sir Lancelot had so particularly described. It was beyond doubt the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. But the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but, in the stead thereof, a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanor, and of a fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass, with this legend enwritten: Who entereth herein, a conqueror hath been. Who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesky breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that in this instance I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say, a low and apparently distant but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek, as described by the romancer. Oppressed as I certainly was upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had during the last few minutes taken place in his demeanor. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair, so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening of the eye as I caught a glance of it, in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea. He rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Lancelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield, and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle to where, The shield was upon the wall, which ensoothed, feet upon the silver floor, with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at the moment fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct hollow metallic and clangorous yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leaped to my feet, but the measured rocking movement of USHER was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quavered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as is unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. "Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and have heard it. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. Yet I dared not, oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am, I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb, said I. Not that my senses were acute. I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago yet. I dared not speak. And now, tonight, at the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not her in my haste? Have I not heard her footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllabus as if, in the effort, he were giving up his soul. Madman! I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust, but then without these doors there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of USHER. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggles upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. Then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor a corpse and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting, the blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure of which I have before spoken, as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous, shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments. of the House of USHER.
The children were always called Blue Eyes and Turkey. The elder was most like her dear father, who was far away at sea, and the mother would often say,
"Child, you've taken your father's eyes."
For the father had the bluest of blue eyes. When the younger one was still a baby, her loud, rapid gurgling brought to mind the gobble of a beloved turkey that lived near the village. Along with a new baby, the mother and Blue Eyes and Turkey all lived together in a lonely cottage at the edge of the forest. The forest was so near that the garden at the back seemed to be part of it, and the tall fir trees were so close that their big black arms stretched over the little thatched roof, and when the moon shone upon them, their tangled shadows were all over the whitewashed walls. It was a long way to the village, nearly 1.5 miles, and the mother had to work very hard and had no time to go herself to see if there was a letter at the post office from the dear father. The 2 children were very proud of being able to go alone, and when they came back tired from the long walk, there would be the mother waiting and watching for them, and the tea would be ready and the baby crowing with delight, and if by any chance there was a letter from the sea, then they were very happy indeed. The cottage room was so cozy. The walls were as white as snow, and against them hung cake tins and baking dishes, the lid of a large saucepan, and the fish slice, polished and shining bright as ever. On one side of the fireplace, above the bellows, hung the clock that always struck the wrong hour and was always running down too soon. But it was a good clock, with a little picture on its face. The baby's high chair stood in one corner, and in another there was a cupboard hung up high, in which the mother kept all manner of little surprises.
"Dear children,"
the mother said one afternoon late in the autumn,
"it is very chilly for you to go to the village. Don't be long now. Go the nearest way, and don't look at any strangers you meet, and be sure you do not talk with them."
She kissed them and called them dear good children, and they joyfully started on their way. The village was gayer than usual, for there had been a fair the day before, and the people who had made merry still hung about the streets as if reluctant to own that their holiday was over.
I wish we'd have come yesterday. Then we might have seen something. Look there.
Turkey pointed to a stall covered with gingerbread, but the children had no money. At the end of the street, close to where the coaches stopped, an old man sat on the ground with his back resting against the wall of a house, and by him were 2 dogs. Evidently they were dancing dogs, the children thought, and longed to see them perform, but they seemed as tired as their master, and sat quite still beside him, looking as if they had not even a single wag left in their tails.
"Oh, I do wish we'd been here yesterday,"
Blue Eyes said again as they went on to the grocer's, which was also the post office. The postmistress was very busy weighing out half-pounds of coffee, and when she had time to attend to the children, she only said that she had nothing for them and went on with what she was doing. Blue Eyes and Turkey turned away to return home, back slowly down the village street, past the man with the dogs again. One dog now sat up rather crookedly, looking very melancholy and rather ridiculous. They had walked some way, and just before they reached the bridge, they noticed, resting against a pile of stones, a strange, dark figure. At first, they thought it was someone asleep. Then they thought it was a poor old woman, ill and hungry, and then they saw that it was a strange, wild-looking girl who seemed very unhappy, and they felt sure that something was the matter. So they thought they would ask her to see if there was anything they could do to help her. The girl seemed to be tall and about 15 years old. She was dressed in very ragged clothes. Around her shoulders there was an old brown shawl, which was torn at the corner that hung down the middle of her back. She wore no bonnet, and an old yellow handkerchief which she had tied around her head had fallen backwards and was all huddled up around her neck. Her hair was coal black and hung down, uncombed and unfastened, just anyhow. It was not very long, but it was very shiny, and it seemed to match her bright black eyes and her dark freckled skin. On her feet were coarse gray stockings and thick, shabby boots, which she had evidently forgotten to lace up. She had something hidden away under her shawl, but the children did not know what it was. She did not move or stir till they were within a yard of her. Then she wiped her eyes as if she had been crying bitterly and looked up. The children stood in front of her for a moment, wondering what they ought to do.
"Are you crying?"
Turkey asked shyly. To their surprise, she said in an almost cheerful voice,
"Oh dear, no. Not at all. Quite the contrary. Are you?"
They felt half a mind to walk away, for anyone could see that they were not crying.
"Perhaps you are lost?"
"Certainly not. How could I be lost when you have just found me? Besides, I live nearby."
The children were surprised at this, for they had never seen her before, and yet they thought they knew all the village folk by sight.
"What are you sitting on?"
"On a pear drum."
The children wondered at the girl's most cheerful voice, for she looked cold and uncomfortable.
"What is a pear drum?"
"I'm surprised you don't know. Most anyone in good society has one."
And then she pulled it out and displayed it for them. The curious instrument was vaguely guitar-shaped, with 3 strings and 2 pegs by which to tune them. The 3rd string was never tuned at all, and thus added to the singular effect produced by the village girl's music. And yet, oddly, the pear drum was not played by touching its strings, but by turning a little handle cunningly hidden on one side. But the strange thing about the pear drum was not the music it made, or the strings, or the handle, but a little square box attached to one side. The box had a little flat lid that appeared to be opened by a spring. That was all the children could make out at first. They were most anxious to see inside the box, or to know what it contained, but they thought it might look curious to say so. The girl looked at her instrument with affection.
"It really is a most beautiful thing, a pear drum. It cost a great deal of money. I am very rich."
And this, the children thought, a really remarkable statement, for they had not supposed that rich people dressed in old clothes or went about without bonnets. She might at least have done her hair, they thought.
"You don't look rich,"
Turkey blurted in as polite a voice as possible.
"Perhaps not."
"You look rather shabby."
"Indeed? Well, a little shabbiness is very respectable. Just ask the others."
She picked up the little box by the side of the pear drum, and the children wondered what she meant. Opening it, she spoke inside, as if there was someone who could hear her.
"They've said I look rather shabby. Can you believe it? They don't believe I'm rich."
"You're not speaking to anyone."
"Oh, yes, I am. I'm speaking to them both."
She looked down at the box in her hands.
"I have in here a little man and a little woman to match. He's dressed as a peasant and she's in a red petticoat with a white handkerchief pinned across her chest. When I play, they dance most beautifully."
"Oh, let us
see."
The children cried with desperate curiosity. The village girl looked back at them with doubt in her eyes, finally saying,
"I'm afraid that I'm not sure if I can."
"Why not?"
"Well, tell me, are you good children?"
Yes.
Oh, yes,
we are very good.
Very good.
She closed the lid of the box as the children stared with astonishment.
"That was my worry. I'm afraid it's quite impossible."
But
we are
They
good."
cried again, thinking she had misheard.
"We are really very good, we promise. Mother always says so."
Yes, I heard you before.
Then can't you let us see the dancing man and woman?
Oh dear, no. They can only be seen by naughty children.
Naughty children?
Oh yes. And the worse the children are, the better the dancing becomes. I really hoped to share it with you. I really did. If only you weren't so good. It was as if she was accusing them of some terrible crime. She put the pear drum carefully under her ragged cloak and prepared to go on her way. It requires a great deal of skill, being naughty. Well then, good day. And swiftly, she walked away.
Will we find you in the village tomorrow?
The girl continued on her way, while the children felt their eyes fill with tears and their hearts ache with disappointment. When their mother saw them, she was greatly astonished, and, fearing they were hurt, ran to meet them.
Oh, my dear children, what is the matter?
But they did not dare tell their mother about the village girl. They promised that was wrong.
But then why are you crying? Poor children, you must be tired and hungry. After tea you'll feel much, much better.
And she went back to the cottage, opening the window to let in the sweet fresh air and put the kettle on to boil. After placing the bread and tea things on the table, she called her daughters in a loving voice.
Dear children, come and have your tea.
But the children made no answer to their dear mother. They only stood still by the window and said nothing. Then Blue Eyes and Turkey turned round, and when they saw the tall loaf baked crisp and brown, and the cups all in a row, and the jug of milk all waiting for them, they went to the table and sat down and felt a little happier. And the mother bounced the baby on her knee and sang little songs and laughed, and they thought of the father far away at sea, and wondered what he would say to them all when he came home again. Then she looked up and saw that Turkey's eyes were full of tears.
My dear little Turkey, what is the matter? Come to mother, my sweet. Come to your mother.
Putting down the baby, she held out her arms, and Turkey, getting up from her chair, ran swiftly into them, sobbing.
Oh, Mother. Oh, dear Mother, I do so want to be naughty.
And then Blue Eyes left her chair also, and, rubbing her face against her mother's shoulder, cried sadly.
And so do I, Mother. Oh, I'd give anything to be very, very naughty.
But my dear children, why do you want to be naughty? I should be very angry if you were naughty. But you could never be, for it would make me so unhappy.
Why couldn't we?
The mother thought a while before she answered, and when she did so, they hardly understood, perhaps because she seemed to be speaking rather to herself than to them.
Because if one truly loves, then that love is stronger than all the bad feelings and conquers them. If the love is real, unkindness and wickedness have no power over it.
The girls didn't know what she meant, and they continued crying.
We do love you. We do.
Then wipe the tears from your eyes.
But we want to be naughty.
Then I should know you did not love me.
If we were very, very, very naughty and wouldn't be good, no matter what?
I should try to make you better.
But if you couldn't?
The mother's eyes filled with tears, a sob almost choking her.
If you wouldn't be good, no matter what, I should have to go away and leave you.
You couldn't.
Yes, I could. But it would make me so unhappy.
But we must have a mother. We're only children.
I'd send you a new mother, with glass eyes and a wooden tail. But I will never leave you as long as you love me.
We won't be naughty. We will be good. We should hate the new mother, and she should never come here.
And they clung to their own mother and kissed her fondly. But when they went to bed, they sobbed bitterly, for they remembered the little dancing man and woman and longed more than ever to see them. But how could they bear to hurt their own mother in that way? Good day. Blue Eyes and Turkey approached the girl, who was once again sitting by the heap of stones. It was as if she had never moved from the day before. The weather is really charming. The children took no notice of her greeting.
Are the little man and woman there?
Of course. They are both here and quite well. The little man tips his hat to the lady. It is so romantic. And the little woman has heard a secret. She tells it while she dances. The children begged to see. Quite impossible, I assure you. You are too good.
But Mother says if we are naughty, she will go away and send home a new mother.
Indeed, that is what they all say.
What do you mean?
They all threaten that kind of thing, but I fear you could not be naughty even if you tried.
Please show us, and we will be so naughty when we return home.
Certainly not beforehand.
But if we are very naughty tonight, will you show them to us when we return?
Questions asked today are always better answered tomorrow.
The girl turned round and walked on. For a few minutes they stood still looking after her. Then they broke down and cried. Turkey was the first to wipe away her tears. Together, all the way home, they planned how to begin being naughty. And that afternoon, the dear mother was sorely distressed. For instead of sitting at their tea as usual with smiling, happy faces, they broke their mugs and threw their bread and butter on the floor. And when their mother told them to do one thing, they carefully went and did another. And as for helping to put away, they left her to do it all by herself and only stamped their feet with rage when she told them to go upstairs until they were good.
We won't be good. We hate being good.
We like being naughty very much.
Don't you remember what I told you I should do if you were very, very naughty?
There is no mother with a wooden tail and glass eyes, and if there were, we should just stick pins in her and send her away. But there is none.
Then the mother's sadness became anger at last, and she sent them off to bed. They spent the night laughing with joy, jumping in their beds and singing merry songs at the top of their voices. The next morning, without asking, the children got up and ran off as fast as they could over the fields towards the bridge to look for the village girl. She was sitting, as usual, by the heap of stones with the pear drum under her shawl. They told her the things they had done and how angry their mother had been. But the girl kept the pear drum carefully hidden.
We were very naughty. So naughty we were sent to bed.
If you were really naughty, you wouldn't have gone to bed at all. But, you see, you can't help it. It takes such skill to be naughty well.
But we broke our mugs and we dropped our bread to the floor. The kitchen was foul.
Mere trifles. Did you throw cold water on the fire? Did you break the clock? Did you pull all the tins down from the walls and throw them on the floor?
No,
exclaimed the children, aghast.
We could not do that.
I thought not. So many people mistake a little noise and foolishness for real naughtiness. Well, good day.
And before they could say another word, she had vanished. So the children went home and did all the things she said. They threw water on the fire. They pulled down the baking dish and the cake tin, the fish slice and the lid of the saucepan and banged them on the floor. They broke the clock and danced on the butter. They turned everything upside down, and then they sat still and wondered if they were naughty enough. And when the mother saw all that they had done, she did not scold them as she had before. She just broke down and cried, and then looked at the children and said sadly,
My poor Blue Eyes and Turkey, what has become of you? Unless you are good tomorrow, unless you show me that you love me, I shall indeed have to go away and come back no more. And the new mother I told you of will come to you.
They did not believe her, yet their hearts ached when they saw how unhappy she looked, and they thought within themselves that once they had seen the little man and woman dance, they would be good forever afterwards. The next morning, before the birds were stirring or the flowers had wiped their eyes ready for the day, the children crept out of the cottage and ran across the fields. They did not think the village girl would be up so very early, but their hearts had ached so much at the sight of their mother's sad face that they had not been able to sleep, and they longed to know if they had been naughty enough, and if they might just once hear the pear drum and see the little man and woman dance. To their surprise, they found the village girl sitting by the heap of stones, and they noticed that the box containing the little man and woman was open, but she closed it quickly when she saw them. They excitedly told her everything they'd done. The girl looked at them curiously, then drew the yellow silk handkerchief that she sometimes wore around her head out of her pocket, and began smoothing out the creases in it with her hands.
You seem really quite excited.
But the girl only went on smoothing out her handkerchief.
I'm so very particular about my dress.
They could hardly listen to her in their excitement.
We have been so very naughty, and Mother says she will go away today and send home a new mother if we are not good.
Indeed, There is an endless variety in language. The things people say are so singular and amusing.
The children did not understand.
But if she goes, what shall we do?
People go and people come. First they go, and then they come. Perhaps she will go before she comes. She really couldn't come before she goes. Oh, you had better go back and be good. You're really not clever enough to be anything else.
But we did all the things you told us.
You didn't throw the looking glass out of the window or stand the baby on its head.
No, we didn't do that.
I thought not. Well, good day. I shall not be here tomorrow.
Please just let us see them once.
Well, I shall go past your cottage at 11 o'clock this morning. Perhaps I shall play the pear drum as I go by.
And will you show us the man and woman?
Quite impossible, unless you really deserved it. Make-believe naughtiness is only spoiled goodness. It's a waste of time, I fear. But of course I should not like to interfere with you. 11 o'clock, I shall be quite punctual. I'm very particular about my engagements.
Then again the children went home and were naughty. Oh, so very, very naughty that the dear mother's heart ached and her eyes filled with tears, and at last she went upstairs and slowly put on her best gown and her new sunbonnet. And she dressed the baby all in its Sunday clothes, and then she came down and stood before Blue Eyes and Turkey. And just as she did so, Turkey threw the looking-glass out of the window, and it fell with a loud crash upon the ground.
Goodbye, my children. Goodbye, my Blue Eyes. Goodbye, my Turkey. Oh, my poor children.
Weeping bitterly, the mother kissed the children and took the baby into her arms.
The new mother will be here presently.
It seemed as if the children were spellbound, and they could not follow her. They opened the window wide and called after her, but the mother only looked round and shook her head, and they could see the tears falling down her cheeks. They cried and cried, but still the mother went across the fields. Just before she could no longer be seen, she stopped and turned and waved her handkerchief, all wet with tears, to the children at the window. She made the baby kiss its hand, and in a moment, mother and baby had vanished from their sight. Then the children felt their hearts ache with sorrow, and they cried bitterly just as their mother had done, and they could not believe that she had gone. Surely she would come back, they thought. She would not leave them altogether, but oh, if she did. And then the broken clock struck 11, and they looked at each other, while their hearts stood still, and they rushed to the open window. They saw the village girl coming towards them from the fields, dancing along and playing the pear drum as she did so. Behind her, walking slowly, was the man with the dogs whom they had seen on the first day they met the girl. He was playing a flute with a strange, shrill sound, and after the man followed the two dogs, slowly waltzing round and round on their hind leg.
We have done all you told us,
Blue Eyes called when she had recovered from the astonishment.
Come and see!
The girl did not cease her playing or her dancing, but called out above the music,
You did it all badly. You threw the water on the wrong side of the fire. The tin things were not quite in the middle of the room. The clock was not broken enough. You did not stand the baby on its head.
But our mother has gone away. Show us the little man and woman now and let us hear the secret.
The girl was just in front of the cottage, but she did not stop playing. The sound of the strings seemed to go through their hearts. She did not stop dancing. She was already passing by the cottage. And still the man followed her, playing shrilly on his flute, and still the two dogs waltzed round and round after him. On they went, all of them, together. The children ran from the house, begging the girl to stop and show them the dancing couple. She turned around, still dancing to the music, and held the box out before them.
The little man and the woman have gone away. See, their box is empty.
And then, for the first time, the children saw that the lid of the box was raised and hanging back, and that no little man and woman were in it.
But our mother is gone! Will she ever come back?
The girl turned and continued on towards the long road leading out of the city.
No, she'll never come back. I saw her by the bridge. She took a boat up on the river. She is sailing to the sea. She will meet your father once again, and they will go sailing to countries far away.
The children cried out but could say no more, for their hearts seemed to be breaking. Then the girl, her voice getting fainter and fainter in the distance, called out once more to them before vanishing altogether.
Your new mother is coming. She is already on her way.
The children looked at each other, and the little cottage home, that only a week before had been so bright and happy, so cozy and so spotless. The fire was out, and the tins and dishes and bits of bread were all lying on the floor, and there was the broken clock, no time on its face. There was the cupboard on the wall, no sweet surprise on its shelf, and the baby's high chair, but no little baby to sit in it. In the midst of it all stood the children, looking at the wreck they had made.
I wish we had never seen the village girl at all.
Surely Mother will come back. She knows we shall die if she doesn't come back.
I don't know what we shall do if the new mother comes. I shall never, never like any other mother.
We won't let her in. We will bolt the door and shut the window, and we won't take any notice when she knocks.
So they bolted the door and shut the window, and all through the afternoon they sat watching and listening for fear of the new mother. But they saw and heard nothing of her, and gradually they became less and less afraid lest she should come. When it was dinner time, they were very hungry, but they could only find some stale bread. Then they thought that perhaps when it was dark, their own dear mother would come home, and she would forgive them. And then Blue Eyes thought that when their mother returned, she would be very cold, so they crept out the back door to gather wood, and at last they made a fire. With the fire burning bright, they began to be happy again, and to feel certain that their own mother would return. And the sight of the pleasant fire reminded them of all the times she had waited for them to come home from the post office, and of how she had welcomed them and comforted them, and given them nice warm tea and sweet bread and talked to them. Oh, how sorry they were they had been naughty, and all for that nasty village girl. They did not care a bit about the little man and woman now, or want to hear the secret. They fetched a pail of water and washed the floor. They scrubbed the tins till they looked bright again, and, putting a footstool on a chair, carefully hung the things in their places. And then they picked up the broken mugs and made the room as neat as they could. They took down the tea tray and got out the cups and put the kettle on the fire to boil, and made everything look as home-like as they could, till it looked as if their dear mother's hands had been busy about it. At last all was ready, and Blue Eyes and Turkey washed their faces and their hands, and then sat and waited. The children had fallen asleep, and the fire was dim and low when a loud knocking at the door woke them at the table. Their hearts stood still as the terrible knocking rang again. They knew it could not be their own mother, for she would have turned the handle and tried to come in without knocking at all.
The new mother is here. What shall we do? We won't let her in.
And again came a loud and horrible knocking at the door.
We won't go away!
The awful hammering continued. Blue Eyes, in fear and trembling, put her back against the door as Turkey went to the window, peeping out. She could just see a black satin bonnet with a frill around the edge and a long, bony arm carrying a black leather bag. For a second, she swore she saw the flashing of 2 glass eyes.
What shall we do?
The door shook and rattled with the terrible knocking. Afraid it would break, Turkey joined with her back against the door, and the rattling stopped. For a long, terrible moment, all was still. Perhaps the new mother had made up her mind to go away. And then, with a fearful blow, the little painted door was cracked and splintered. With a shriek, the children darted from the spot and fled out the back door into the forest beyond. All night long they stayed in the darkness and the cold, and all the next day, and when the darkness had fallen and the night was still once again, hand in hand, Blue Eyes and Turkey crept back to the home where they were once so happy, and, with beating hearts, they looked through the window. The mother was at the stove. Her long, heavy wooden tail thumped into the cabinets as she turned, blinding the children with the glare of her cracked glass eyes.
The New Mother, told by Dana Maisel, featuring Joyce Clouden, Hannah Mary Simpson, and Ashlyn Seehafer, adapted from the story by Lucy Clifford.
Thank you for joining me a little early tonight. It's my turn to prepare the campfire, so I thought it would be a good time to get you alone. The others, well, we have to be really guarded about who we let in, who we trust with these stories. After what happened in 1993, we can't be too careful. I think the reason everyone seems to like you is because you don't ask questions. But you have some, right? After all these stories. Maybe some of it's starting to come together. Maybe you already know. The tale of the Boogie Woman was the first we shared. A story of a tortured girl, Sarah, held captive by her mother in the woods. In a small town 200 years ago, there lived a woman on her own. You'd think her neighbors would be impressed by her ability to sustain herself alone, but back then, it just alienated her. Rumors spread about the dark and dirty things she'd do, and she got used to keeping to herself. After meeting one summer night, she found herself entangled with the mayor's son. In the cover of warm darkness, their identities didn't matter. He was free from his last name, and she was free from hearsay.
Meet me here again. Tomorrow?
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
They met again and again in secret, lasting almost a year before she found herself with child. It didn't matter to her what others would think, nor did she consider the implications of sharing this news with her lover. She was overjoyed, and sure he'd be eager to provide his child with nothing but the best. Yet when she delivered the news, his face went cold. The light in his eyes vanished, and his forehead creased intensely. She repeated the news, thinking he may have misheard.
Don't you see what a mistake you've made?
She couldn't pull enough air in her lungs to say a word.
My father would never accept you or your bastard child. What makes you think anyone else would? You've ruined everything.
His attendants arrived to guide her away, and she didn't have the will to fight. In an instant, the man she loved became a stranger, and everything she held so dear had been ripped away from her. His eyes had said it all. She was no longer welcome here. With a heart shattered beyond repair, she collected her belongings and fled to the woods. There, she built a small shack with her own 2 hands, and by the time her daughter arrived, they had a suitable home. Despite the woman's best efforts, she saw her daughter as a nuisance, a reminder of the happy life she'd never live. As Sarah grew to walk and talk, her mother only resented her more. Sarah was banished to the dark and dingy cellar, a damp-infested pit underneath the house, and her mother lived above in solitude. Sarah was given only the smallest bits of sustenance to keep her alive, and over the years, she grew up in darkness, waiting for the days to pass, waiting for her mother to have a change of heart, waiting for anything, any sort of change, any sort of kindness. Many nights her mother would run away into the woods to fetch food or other goods. As soon as Sarah saw her disappear into the trees through the basement grate, she would wail to the sky. She was desperate for her cries to reach someone, anyone who could save her from her daily pain. She'd cry until her voice and energy had completely run their course and would fall asleep by the time her mother returned home by the light of the moon. But one night, someone did hear Sarah's calls. A group of children exploring the forest heard a terrible, painful sound and followed it as it got louder and louder. They found a shack of a house that barely stood out from the dense trees around it. The sounds were coming from the side of the building, where there was a small grated window no larger than a hat box. Through the rusted grating, the children could just make out the whites of Sarah's eyes. At first, she was afraid to speak to them. She had never met a strange face. But the children were kind. They asked her questions. Before she knew it, she shared her entire story of being locked away from her mother's abuse. The children listened silently to every word. When she was finished, they thanked her and told her they'd return one day. Whenever that was, she thought, it couldn't be soon enough. Not long after, an even larger group of children came to visit. Sarah was thrilled by the company, and since she had already shared her story, she made up something else. She pulled from her private hell of darkness and solitude, of crying out in vain, of never feeling love. The children devoured each and every word. As time passed, Sarah begged the children not to return so often. It was harder to keep them quiet, and they never knew when her mother could return. But the kids loved Sarah, and Sarah loved her audience. She'd remind them of the risk, and they'd distract her with fruits and candies before disappearing back into the trees, headed towards villages she'd never see herself. Then one night, Sarah's worst fear came true.
Get away from there!
Her mother shrieked, running towards the house, and the children gathered around the grate. They screamed and scattered, and Sarah knew to expect something dreadful as her mother descended the stairs.
What did you tell them? What were you saying?
It was nothing. I was telling them a story.
You will never see those kids again.
Sarah was frozen in fear. The last thing she saw was her mother picking up a metal spoon before her eyes were gouged from their sockets. After that, Sarah continued to cry out into the darkness, though of course there were no tears falling down her cheeks. Weeks passed, but the children did return. At first they were scared of her change in appearance, the stained bandages wrapped around her head, but they were easily distracted by another story, this time about the witch who lived upstairs. The children wanted to set her free, but didn't know how. One boy offered a scrap of parchment and a pencil, vowing to deliver a message for Sarah and return with help. She took the items, unsure of what to do with them, and though she thought she'd hidden them sufficiently, they were easily spotted when her mother reappeared the following morning.
What is this?
But Sarah didn't know.
What are you doing with this? Who taught you to write?
I just wanted to tell them a story.
Give me your hands.
But Sarah refused.
Give me your hands.
So Sarah did. And though she couldn't see it, her mother was holding a cleaver, which came down with such force that it cut through her wrists even though it wasn't sharp at all.
You'll never use those hands again!
Her mother was gone. Unable to see and unable to use her hands for sight, Sarah began to waste away. The children hadn't come back in so long, and Sarah no longer wept to the sky. Much time passed before Sarah heard her mother heading back into town by moonlight. Then, a familiar rustle she hadn't heard in forever. The children had returned. With all of her strength, she rose and stepped towards the window, beckoning the children to respond, offering a story, a secret, anything to keep her company. But it wasn't a child who responded. It was her mother, who hadn't gone to town at all. And it was her mother who came back into the house with a large pair of rusty scissors, and it was her mother who used those scissors to cut out Sarah's tongue.
You will never tell your stories again.
Not long after that, the shack burnt to the ground, and both Sarah and her mother perished in the fire. All that was left was a clearing in the woods, the same clearing where we gather now. The children returned on the first anniversary of the tragedy and built a campfire of their own, celebrating Sarah by sharing the stories she told them. They vowed to continue her legacy, meeting in secret by the light of the moon, and eventually adopted the name the Moonlight Order. The 7 original children each recorded copies of the stories into diaries, promising they'd reach eyes and ears beyond their own. And as time passed, they added local legends to the pages and stories whispered at summer camps and sleepovers, or sometimes pulled from the news. The stories that spread the furthest tended to become a melting pot of new characters, beginnings, and ends. Some were combined, and some forgotten. But every single one of them is true, somehow. Beyond the spectacle, underneath the blood and guts, at the core of every scary story is the truth. Some prefer to stay in the dark and think the unfathomable could never happen to them. But the others, the rest of us, we accept that our world is filled with horrors beyond imagination, and monsters are real. By the 80s, the Order met weekly. After so many generations had dutifully passed the tradition on to the next, the latest had stopped respecting the stories. For them, it was more about a chance to hang out than recognizing any sort of responsibility. On October 8th, 1993, someone brought a friend. Like all potential new members, she was led to the clearing in a blindfold. And like all other Moonlight Order gatherings, they began with the story of the Boogie Woman. Sarah Boogie Woman. According to tradition, the guest would tell the final story of the night. If the others liked it, they'd join the group. But Eleanor wasn't like anyone who came before. Through the whole evening, the others had joked around, jumping out from behind trees like idiots and passing around beers. But Eleanor kept to herself. She was quiet, mysterious. And when it was her turn to tell a story, she shared the tale of a young girl, Mary, raised away from society by her loving mother.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful young girl who lived deep in the dark, dark forest. Her name was Mary. Mary was the mirror image of her doting, adoring mother. They shared rich auburn hair, shiny blue eyes, and a laugh like wind chimes. Though they lived far from any village, they were content. Her mother filled her childhood with every trinket, every toy, every tiny bit of joy she could provide her beloved daughter. Every day, the little girl would wander through the wood, picking berries and herbs. Every night, her mother would make her daughter tea and read until she fell asleep. Though Mary loved her mother, sometimes she would grow lonely. And during those times, she learned to make friends in the forest. Fairies, unicorns, imaginary friends. She loved the woods, but she knew to fear it, too.
Witches ride at night,
her mother would tell her, wrapping her arms of protection around Mary's shuddering shoulders.
Monsters awake from their slumber, and wolves devour all they find.
At age 11, Mary and her mother had a fight, in front of the same fire, reading the same stories, drinking the same tea as they did night after night after night. Mary told her mother she was bored, that she never let her go anywhere, that she was going crazy. And for a moment, her mother's eyes flashed with something Mary had never seen before. Something like fire. But as soon as it was there, it was gone, and Mary's mother sobbed. That night, Mary took the teacups into the kitchen, and in that kind of silent, petty revenge teenagers excel in, she dumped the rest of her tea out instead of finishing it. And that's the night she heard the monster. Mary had never woken up in the middle of the night before, but here she was, awake, with the shining moon high overhead. She wondered at the vastness of the night sky, her breath fogging the glass in her window. And then she heard it. It came from directly below Mary's bedroom. It was the loudest, most heart-wrenching, terrible scream she had ever heard. The walls shook with it. Birds fled the trees, flying across the moon. Whatever it was, it screamed, and it screamed, and it screamed. Mary buried her face into her pillow, plugging her ears with all her might. But the screaming continued to haunt her, and she lied awake until she saw the sun.
Mother, did you hear the wailing last night?
The plate her mother was drying had fallen to the floor.
My dearest, you must have had a nightmare.
No, I was awake. I kept hearing the most horrible sounds.
Mary's mother raced to her beloved daughter and wrapped her in her arms.
Oh, my darling, you heard one of the monsters of the forest. Like I've told you, the night is when they rule this earthly plane. But in the morning, the monsters are gone.
That night, Mary's mother watched as she drank every drop of her tea. That convinced her. Mary didn't know why her mother was drugging her asleep, but she was determined to find out. So Mary got clever. It took some time, but she learned how to sneak mouthfuls of tea back into the cup, pour it into plants behind her mother's back. And in that time, she heard more and more every night. Thumps, moans, weeping, unearthly gurgling cries, all at night, all from below her floorboards. Weeks later, Mary convinced her mother to let her take her tea to her room so she could read in bed. Instead, she dumped the tea out of the window. With all her wits about her, she was determined to find the truth. Late that night, she waited for the first of the moans. When it came, she stole from her bed, peeled back her rug, and pressed her ear to the floorboards. And she knocked. It heard her.
Hello?
The sounds were moving. Keeping her ear to the floor, she followed the thumps across the floorboards, up the wall, out her door, and down the hall, and there they stopped. Mary's mother was a weaver, and her masterpiece tapestry hung in the hallway. It told the story of a blue-eyed princess falling in love with a prince with corn-blonde hair and eyes green as emeralds. It came from right behind the tapestry. But how? Mary's fingers found the edges of the fairy tale tapestry and peeled them back. A door. Mary reached for the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled. Darkness. She grabbed an oil lamp, lit it, and made her way down the narrow, secret passageway. Colder and colder with each dirty stone step. The light from the oil lamp reached into the shadows, embracing and exposing the space within. It was a room the exact size of Mary's, but inverse. Instead of a goose-feather bed, there was a filthy pile of straw. The room's only decoration were 2 framed pictures, lit by the light of the moon creeping in from a single barred grate, serving as its only window. Mary crept to the pictures, raising her lamp to the first. It was her mother, younger, happier, with a handsome, gorgeous man. A man with hair blonde as corn, eyes green as emeralds. The second picture was her mother as well, looking worn, tired, a forced smile but fury in her eyes, flanked by 2 little girls, young enough not to remember that day. One the spitting image of her mother, the other with hair the color of corn and eyes green as emeralds. Suddenly, Mary knew she was not alone. As she slowly turned her head, she saw her. It was like looking into a cursed, inverted mirror. The bloody, mangled girl stumbled her way to Mary. Bruised arms reached out for her as if to grasp her, if they could. She didn't have any hands. Mary's hands shook, but her heart swelled, and she placed her hands on the bloody, eyeless face of her sister. And Mary realized she had been mistaken. The monster had been living upstairs the whole time. Mary grasped her sister tight as low, gurgling sobs escaped her tongueless mouth. Mary whispered into her undamaged ears,
I'll get you out of here. I promise.
And for a moment, it seemed possible. Beautifully possible. But then they heard wind chimes. The monster had found them.
Mary, sweetest, go back upstairs.
We know there was a struggle.
No, not without my sister.
And there was a knife.
You were never meant to know.
And Mary failed to save her sister. But oil lamps are fickle things. And straw is so flammable. And teenage girls are strong creatures, especially when they have watched a sister die. And doors are so easily locked. Mary rejoined the world, but remained plagued by her sister's tortured soul. She had to know that Sarah was free from suffering. She immersed herself into black magic and the occult, creating her own book of witchcraft as she desperately tried to find a way to either contact her sister or free her for good. Finally, she found a spell she thought could work. She sliced her hand deeply, bleeding onto the pages while reciting the text. But there was no response of any kind, and if Sarah had been freed, she gave no sign to her sister. Mary considered herself a failure when she died. Her clandestine book of spells waited in the shadows for 200 years, finally reaching the hands of her great-great-granddaughter, Eleanor, who found the book, rotting, tattered and bulging with additions and drawings. Some pages were torn, some burnt or scratched out, some smeared with what appeared to be blood. Learning of her family history, Eleanor became obsessed with the lives of Sarah and Mary, and eventually vowed to complete what Mary had started. And by the 90s, Eleanor was quickly able to learn of something that Mary never knew existed. Something called the Moonlight Order. The group wasn't hard to find, nor was it difficult to earn an invitation. And so, that night, in 1993, Eleanor revealed herself to the others and stood before them, cutting her hand deeply and letting the fresh blood fall to the pages, uniting with Mary's, and into the soil below. Eleanor's great-great-grandmother knew the ritual needed her family's blood, but she had never realized it had to take place at the site of the death. As Eleanor finished the conjuring spell, a massive fireball burst from the flames, forcing the group back into the tree line in terror. Seconds later, the campfire returned to the low glow of the retiring embers. The crickets were quiet. The wind still.
Do you think it worked?
I don't know. I hope so.
Do you have any idea of what the consequences could be messing around with this stuff?
I set her free. What she does now, that's for Sarah to decide.
We didn't do anything to deserve this.
Are you so sure about that?
Eleanor, we are not our ancestors. We're the ones honoring her.
Honoring her? Gary, please. Who was the monster in your story tonight?
Sarah.
Sarah what?
Sarah, Boogie Woman.
200 years treated like a joke. Her name was Bogan. Sarah. Eleanor. Bogan. Sarah's long, separated blood relative pointed her knife at the boy. You look just like him in the firelight, you know? He abandoned his entire family because he was too scared of what others might think. It's his fault that Sarah was tortured her entire life, and her mother and sister died in agony, and now you have the nerve to gather and take pleasure in their pain.
Whatever you think this is, Eleanor, it isn't justice. Think about it. It's not fair.
No, maybe not. But I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for listening to my story. Now, Sarah is finally free. And whatever happens next, maybe you deserve it.
And Sarah was free to take revenge upon a town that refused to save her. A wave of violence swept the normally quiet area as the spell took hold of the town. The conjuration that Mary had selected allowed Sarah to possess the townspeople and force them to commit horrific acts on themselves, each other. Have you ever heard of someone who just snaps? Cars drove off roads into crowds or buildings. There were shootings, stabbings, people poisoned, and fires. Sarah loved fires. She used the town to show just how monstrous humans can be. Of course, there's no way to prove it, and the incidents mostly petered out after a few years. The authorities and papers did everything they could to sweep it under the rug, and the town, more or less, returned to normal. People tend not to believe in something unless they can see it, and demons don't often leave footprints. The general public had basically immortalized it all as a campfire story before a decade had even passed. And in those years that followed, the clearing remained empty. The kids who knew of the Moonlight Order were too scared to brave the woods and reignite the flame, and no one knew what had become of Eleanor or the group from 1993. For over 2 decades, the Order was quiet. But an ember in the ashes can spark and burn long after parting from the flame, and eventually a group of storytellers found each other, who respected the history of the stories and believed in them, and who braved the dark woods to gather once again in Sarah's clearing. Centuries ago, the Moonlight Order was established by people just like us, surrounded by trees, just like these, and it's our honor to record them, new and old, to pass on to all who listen. For Sarah Bogan. Now you know the weight of the question we're asking when you hear. Want to hear a scary story?